The sun shined down beautifully into the room as a heartbroken Damien stood by the bed. He gently held his daughter Juliet's motionless hand as tears streamed down his face, feeling her presence for the last time. The young magician, Pomeranian, watched with wide, innocent eyes. She quietly asked Vikir about why the mister in front of them was crying. The night hound quietly explained that it was probably because Damien felt a mix of emotions. He was grateful, sorry, and last of all, this was an act of love he did for her. Confused, Pomeranian asked why he was crying since he should be smiling, because of his love for her, and that he was thankful. The night hound simply told the young lady that as she grew up, she would experience many things, and hopefully one day understand what the mister was feeling. Hearing those words, Pomeranian could only mutter that it was going to be hard. After the moment of grieving, Damien says thank you to both the night hound and Pomeranian. His face was still heavy with grief, but there was a new calm in his expression. He said that thanks to them, he had been able to fulfill his duty as a father one last time. The night hound replied that no thanks were needed. Instead, he held out his hand, his eye glowing faintly behind the mask. He reminded Damien that there was something Damien had to give him. Without hesitation, Damien knelt before the night hound. With his head bowed, he solemnly declared his oath, promising to give everything he had to the night hound. Looking up with firm determination in his now purple eyes, Damien told the night hound to tell him what it is he seeks. The night hound's answer was simple and chilling. With his red eye glowing with a murderous light, the night hound stated the price for his favor. He demanded a head, the head of the bourgeois family's patriarch. In a quiet gazebo, overlooking a moonlit garden, a secret meeting took place. Damien de Bourgeois stood with the night hound, and our boy introduced the third person there, Dolores, explaining that she was an ally who would be helping them. Damien greeted her formally, as the Saintess of Quo Vadis, shaking her hand and remembering that he had last seen her during the University League, and after the past part. He didn't expect to meet her again like this. Shaking Damien's hand, Dolores replied that the honor was all hers. Even so, she was still in disbelief that they had actually managed to secure Director Damien as their insider. Looking right at him, Dolores secretly wondered what could have happened to make him turn against his own family head. Wasting no time, the night hound got straight to the point, his red eye glowing underneath the mask. He declared that the reason for their meeting was to create a plan for the assassination of Bartholomew, the head of the bourgeois family. Damien, his expression grim, told them that was the reason he wanted this meeting to take place. He explained that he had used his trusted people within the family to spread rumors about the Oracle Club's incredible success, knowing it would draw his brother's attention. The plan had worked. As a result, he had secured a dinner with Bartholomew himself. Dolores was stunned. She asked if he meant that dinner, the one she had only ever heard about in rumors. Damien confirmed her suspicion. It was the vault dinner. It's the famous dinner that all influential figures in the capital experience once. He began to explain more details of the vault. The bourgeois family possessed a mysterious vault, a massive 50-meter cube with unbreakable walls forged from mithril and orichalcum. The vault was a true iron fortress, completely sealed off from the outside world by powerful anti-teleportation magic, and filled with mountains of gold and priceless treasures. Finally, Damien revealed the most important piece of information, the key to their plan. He revealed that Bartholomew had a strange way of doing things. Whenever he had an important meeting or meal, he always held it alone inside this vault for exactly 1 hour. Thinking about this, a bead of sweat ran down Dolores's face as she realized what that meant. An entire hour, completely cut off from all outside eyes and ears, was the perfect undisturbed chance for their plan. However, she quickly raised a sharp question. She asked Damien why Bartholomew would ever put himself in such a risky position, wondering if he wasn't afraid of being assassinated while locked alone in the vault with a guest. Damien crossed his arms and admitted that, while it was a logical concern, he had never once seen his brother show any fear about it. Before Damien could explain further, the night hound cut in with the chilling truth. He explained that Bartholomew felt no fear because he was a demon who possessed absolute power. The revelation stunned Damien. He started to stammer, trying to question what he had just heard. The night hound showed him a rolled-up document. He told Damien not to worry about that part for now, and to focus on what was written on the document before him. The plan was for the night hound's team to confront Bartholomew inside the vault. Meanwhile, Damien's crucial role would be to help them with what was written on the document on the outside. The night hound leaned in, stressing that Damien's part in the plan was the single most important factor in ensuring Bartholomew's defeat. Damien and Dolores' expressions twisted into pure shock upon seeing the night hound's plan on the document. Stuttering in disbelief, Damien realized that this plan went far beyond the bourgeois family alone. Dolores came to the same horrifying conclusion. If this plan was carried out to the end, it would end the entire empire. The scene then shifted to the day of the dinner. The wheels of a wooden carriage creaked as it traveled along a dirt road toward the bourgeois estate. Its weight was heavy due to the huge amount of cargo it was carrying. Inside, Piggy and Sinclair were chatting excitedly with Dolores. Piggy was practically bouncing with joy, saying he still couldn't believe their Oracle Club had taken first place in the investment tournament, and that they were now on their way to have dinner with the head of the bourgeois family. He was looking forward to it. He turned to Sinclair, asking if she was excited. With a bright and nervous smile, she enthusiastically agreed, but her happy expression slowly turned a little sad. She quietly added that it would have been great if Vikier could have come with them. Piggy looked confused and asked Sinclair why she had suddenly brought up Vikier. Sinclair explained that Vikier had once promised to visit her family's home, which only surprised Piggy even more. Seeing his reaction, Sinclair quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and that she just felt a bit down because Vikier seemed so busy lately. Piggy agreed, adding that he too had found it hard to even share a simple meal with Vikier recently. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Piggy's attitude changed completely. He excitedly unrolled a long scroll, proudly announcing that he had prepared a full list of questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. He began enthusiastically listing the topics, which ranged from serious economic questions about the empire's future to simpler curiosities, like what the super-rich even ate for their meals. As Piggy and Sinclair chattered on in excitement, completely unaware of the real reason for their visit, Dolores watched them with a quiet, shadowed expression. A wave of guilt washed over her as she thought about the danger she was leading her innocent friends into. "I'm sorry, you guys," she thought to herself, just as their carriage pulled up to the gates of the magnificent bourgeois estate. The massive, ornate gates swung open, and the three students were led inside. They stepped into a lavishly decorated waiting room. They were impressed by the quality and state of the room they were in. A well-dressed man with dark hair, acting as their guide, politely told them they should wait here for a moment, as he would inform their patriarch of their arrival. After Dolores thanked him, the man bowed slightly and told them to make themselves comfortable before quietly leaving the room. While they waited, Piggy and Sinclair quickly sat on the furniture. Piggy commented on how luxurious everything was, insisting that the sofa alone was 100 times better than their beds back at the academy dorms. Sinclair agreed, noting how unbelievably soft and comfortable the cushions were. Piggy then excitedly asked Sinclair if she had thought of any questions she wanted to ask the head of the bourgeois family. Sinclair replied that there was just one thing she was really curious about, but she couldn't say what it was. Her quiet, evasive answer only seemed to fire up Piggy more. He argued that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet the wealthiest man in the empire, and that they should try to gain as much knowledge as possible. As her friends continued their innocent chatter, Dolores lowered her gaze, her face tight with guilt and strain. Unseen by the others, she discreetly took out a small vial and poured its contents a sleeping potion into a nearby pitcher while her hands were trembling. She knew she had to make sure her friends were fast asleep before the dinner began, to keep them safe from the danger that was coming. Her thoughts were interrupted when Piggy suddenly wondered aloud if Bartholomew would like the gifts they had prepared. He suggested they open the boxes to make sure everything was in order. Panicking at the thought of them discovering the truth too soon, Dolores lunged forward, shouting for them to wait. Piggy and Sinclair froze, completely startled and confused by their vice president's sudden outburst. Quickly composing herself, Dolores held a tray with 3 cups of tea. She told them she would check the gifts herself, and that they should drink some tea and rest for a while. Her smile was visibly strained, a clear sign of the immense pressure weighing on her. But her friends, still a bit confused, timidly agreed, drinking the cup of tea without suspecting a thing. A short while later, after they had finished their tea, a sudden and overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over both Piggy and Sinclair. They began yawning and stretching, wondering why they were suddenly so sleepy, especially when the long-awaited dinner was just about to begin. As the sleeping potion took hold, Dolores watched her friend with a fragile sense of relieved success. Sinclair, still trying to fight off the effects, yawned and said she needed to get some cold water to wake herself up. Just then, the dark-haired guide knocked on the door to the room, asking if they had rested well. As he stepped inside, he informed the students that their patriarch was waiting, and that he was going to escort them to his location. Seeing the 2 unconscious students, he asked what had happened. With a nervous laugh, Dolores quickly came up with an excuse. She explained that her friends had been very nervous and tired, and had fallen asleep as soon as they relaxed and drank some tea. In her mind, she apologized to them again, knowing this was the only way to keep them safe. She then informed the guide that she would represent their club and meet with the family head alone. The man accepted her explanation without question and agreed to lead her there at once. Dolores followed the guide down a long, sunlit corridor. Behind them, 2 workers pushed handcarts carrying the large wooden crates that contained their gifts. Eventually, they arrived at a much darker, more scary part of the mansion. Before them stood a pair of enormous, intimidating metal doors, 2 large ones the size of giants, and 2 smaller versions, the size fit for humans. The guide announced that this was the place. A bead of sweat trickled down Dolores's face as she stared up at the massive structure. With a chill, she realized that this was the famous vault. As the colossal doors began to creak open, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. The sheer size of the entrance felt like a warning, as if declaring that these doors were never meant to be used by ordinary humans. Standing at the threshold of the massive vault, Dolores listened as the guide informed her that she would have to proceed alone from this point on. He added that the gifts they had brought would be placed inside for safekeeping. Dolores understood that the being she was about to face was as strange and overwhelming as the doors before her. With a final, chilling wish for her to enjoy her meal, the guide stepped back as the colossal doors began to swing shut, leaving Dolores to face her fate alone. Plunged into almost complete darkness, she nervously looked around the vast empty space and called out, tentatively asking if the head of the family was there. As she took a cautious step forward, her foot slipped on something scattered across the floor. With a small cry, she lost her balance and tumbled backward, landing hard on a pile of what felt like small metallic objects. Sitting up and rubbing her sore hip, she wondered what she could have possibly tripped over in the dark. She picked up one of the objects and realized it was a gold coin. Just as she examined it more closely, a brilliant, blinding golden light suddenly erupted, flooding the entire chamber. Bathed in the radiant glow, Dolores could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment as the source of the light was revealed. The immense vault was filled with literal mountains of shimmering gold coins. In the very center of this sea of unimaginable wealth stood a single long dining table, elegantly set for a feast. Dolores, still sitting on the floor amid the treasure, was left utterly speechless by the overwhelming sight. A deep, commanding voice broke the silence, welcoming the saintess. The speaker, a large, powerfully built man with a long blonde beard, held a glass of red wine in his hand, surrounded by flickering candlelight, reflecting off endless mountains of gold and jewels. Dolores nervously took her seat at the grand dining table across from the imposing figure. Her hands trembled as she tried to compose herself, knowing what was to come later on. She was face to face with Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois, the wealthiest man in the whole world. She knew his public identity as the head of the bourgeois family, one of the 7 great families. But she also knew his true, hidden nature. He was a demon wearing human skin. Bartholomew began the conversation by praising her, saying that her skills were truly impressive. When Dolores looked up, startled, he explained that he had reviewed her records of investments. He pointed out her decision to invest a huge sum into Cindy, a trader from the western jungle. He knew that most people would have hesitated on such a decision. He admitted that her decisiveness and precise insight had even managed to impress him. He even tells her that the person he needed to learn from was right in front of his eyes. Flustered by the unexpected praise, Dolores could only manage a quiet thank you. As Bartholomew watched her across the lavishly set table, she quickly remembered the night hound's warning. He had told her that Bartholomew was a master of words, and that she had to stay on guard to avoid being led astray. Realizing she had almost let his smooth tone disarm her, she forced herself to refocus. Regaining her composure, she calmly replied that he was far too kind. Bartholomew paused for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, in a casual tone, he dropped a piece of information that shocked Dolores. He mentioned that Cardinal Humbert had visited him earlier that day, adding that he seemed to be meeting many key figures from the Quo Vadis family lately. The name drop hit the young saintess hard. Her face froze in a mix of shock and horror. She already knew that Cardinal Humbert was working with the cults and heretics, but she had never imagined that his corruption reached as far as the head of the bourgeois family. Noticing her expression, Bartholomew tilted his head and asked if his words had made her uncomfortable. He pointed out that, as the saintess, she belonged to the New Testament faction of the church. He explained that he had deep connections with the priests from the Old Testament faction, and said it would be a shame if she chose to distance herself from him because of political differences. Reaching out a hand in a gesture of false friendship, he continued to weave his story. He claimed that he wished to be on good terms with the New Testament priests as well. He knew that the New Testament faction treats his relationship with the Old Testament the wealth they've accumulated, as something inhumane, wicked and horrific. He argued that because of this prejudice, their good deeds were never acknowledged, urging Dolores to think about it. Taking a sip of his wine, he asked if using a large sum of money for a large cause is not meaningful in and of itself. Dolores' expression was hardening. She repeated the demon's words, telling it that it seems humans and demons have different definitions of the word cause. Her words seemed to confuse Bartholomew for a moment. The time for pretending was simply over. Dolores slammed her hands on the table. Her fear burned away and replaced by raw anger. She began to list Damien's monstrous crimes. His deal with the demon Dantalion, which involved feeding him with orphans. His creation of the ridiculous exemption system that infected Quo Vadis, turning them corrupt. His support and control of countless heretics and cults to create an internal division in his attempt to seize control of the religiously holy Quo Vadis family. Leaning forward, she declared that the only reason he could possibly call these horrific acts good was because of his true identity. With her eyes blazing with certainty, she shouted at him and directly accused him of what he was. He was a demon. For a brief moment, a heavy silence filled the vault. Then a slow, sinister smile spread across Bartholomew's face, and a low chuckle escaped his lips. The chuckle quickly swelled into a booming, insane laugh that echoed through the vast golden chamber. The force of his laughter was so intense that the mountains of gold coins around them began to tremble and shift. Dolores clutched her head in pain as the thunderous sound battered her ears. Damien's laughter was piercing through her skull. Through the terrifying noise, she shouted back at him, demanding to know if he wasn't afraid. She asked why he showed no fear of a visitor who knew the true monstrous nature of both him and his allies. Bartholomew's laughter finally died down, replaced by a scornful sneer. He scoffed at the idea of fear, saying it was impossible. He rose from his seat and loomed over the terrified Dolores, his voice dripping with arrogance as he asked what human in this world could possibly frighten him. In an instant, he was leaning over her, his face twisted into a monstrous grin, his sheer presence crushing down on her. But just as he was about to continue his torment, he froze. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he sensed something was wrong. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the vault, where the wooden carts that had carried the gifts now lay broken. From the shadows near the shattered crates, a pair of intense, glowing red eyes glared back at him, making Bartholomew's own demonic eyes widen in genuine shock. An immense, suffocating pressure suddenly filled the entire room, catching the demon lord completely off guard. A violent surge of red demonic energy erupted from one of the piles of gold coins. From within that explosion of power, a new figure stepped out. It was the Night Hound, his entire body wrapped in a menacing red aura. He declared that the one human Bartholomew should fear was standing right there. Bartholomew instinctively moved between the newcomer and Dolores, stunned by the immense power radiating from a mere human body. He also sensed a faint, familiar scent mixed into that aura, the smell of demon blood. As he put the pieces together, he finally realized who stood before him. With his own glowing red eyes fixed on the intruder, Bartholomew asked if he was the infamous Night Hound, the mysterious figure who had been wreaking havoc in the capital. To answer his question, the Night Hound unleashed the demonic blade in his arm, revealing to the demon that he had come here to kill him, the patriarch of the bourgeois family. The battle was about to begin. With no more words needed, the Night Hound's assassination has started. He leaped from the top of the pile of golden coins. His reflection caught in the demon's eyes as it slowly watched death approach it. The Night Hound declared that he had come to kill the sixth corpse demon. The first clash of their powers triggered a massive explosion that sent gold coins flying in every direction. Reacting instantly, Dolores summoned a protective barrier of golden light to shield herself. Bartholomew, completely unfazed by the impact, let out an amused chuckle. He remarked that his opponent seemed to know how to handle a blade. Before the Night Hound could follow up, Bartholomew summoned a demonic sword of his own and effortlessly blocked the attack dot. He boasted that he was quite skilled in swordsmanship himself. The two warriors clashed in a furious exchange of blows. The Night Hound swung his red dagger with incredible speed, but Bartholomew parried every strike, forcing the Night Hound to retreat and rethink his approach. As he eyed Bartholomew's weapon, a shocking realization hit him. That sword is so sharp, it can cut through steel just by being placed on top of it. However, it corrupts the wielder and turns them into a tyrant as a price. It's a weapon of the Baskerville family, a weapon that should have been stored in the deepest floor of the estate. The legendary sword, Ba-mung. Looking at it being held, Victor could only wonder how the demon had gotten its hands on it. Bartholomew explained with a smug grin that the human he currently possessed, in his youth, had been such a talented swordsman that the previous head of the Baskerville family had been deeply impressed. He claimed that the former patriarch had begged him to become his student, and had even gifted him the legendary sword Ba-mung. He called the former patriarch of the Baskerville unlucky for gifting such a sword to someone who was easily possessed. He then launched himself forward, leaping across the piles of gold to attack. The Night Hound met the charge head-on, blocking the legendary sword with Beelzebub. A furious exchange of blows followed, their weapons clashing in a blur of red and gold light, as Bartholomew unleashed a relentless series of strikes. As they fought, Bartholomew's curiosity grew. He questioned the Night Hound mid-fight, demanding to know how a mere human could know about them, the 10 elite corpses, and how he killed 4 of his comrades so far. Their blades continued to crash together, the ringing of steel echoing through the vault as the demon knocked Vikir's blade upwards. Giving Bartholomew the chance, he charged forward with all his strength, his demonic sword glowing with immense power. Shouting that the Night Hound's arrogance ends, the blade found its mark, piercing straight through the Night Hound's chest in what looked like a fatal blow. From across the room, Dolores cried out in horror, screaming the Night Hound's name. Blood splattered across the golden floor. The demon whispered, saying that there was no need to worry, as he was going to devour the Night Hound's corpse. With a cruel grin, he promised to keep his skull in the vault until it fully rotted away, telling him to consider it a great honor. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a calm, clear voice cut through the air, calling him pathetic. That word stopped Bartholomew in his tracks, his arrogant expression instantly twisting into pure disbelief. The Night Hound, still impaled by the sword, held onto his blade as his body slowly started to recover. He called out Bartholomew's lousy swordsmanship, despite having the Baskervilles family's treasure, and to the previous patriarch, who gifted the sword to him. Both of them were simply pathetic in the eyes of the Night Hound, the greatest Baskerville clan member to exist. Bartholomew thought of the Night Hound's words as all talk. After all, he couldn't even clash swords with him, and found it difficult to keep up with the demon. Plus, who's the one that has a sword through their chest? Not the demon, but the Bloodhound instead. The demon's arrogance shifted into confusion when he tried to pull his sword back, and felt it refuse to move. This was an oh shit moment for the demon. The Night Hound had clamped down on the blade with his bare, bloody hand, fingers digging into the metal as he held it in place. The Night Hound then asked if Bartholomew was still sure he was all talk, as he began to focus his power, pouring his red mana into Beelzebub. Bartholomew's eyes widened in disbelief at the overwhelming strength gathering around his young opponent. He recognized the technique at once as the legendary solid ore, a skill that only a true swordmaster could use, and he couldn't understand how this boy had climbed to that height. Before Bartholomew could process it, the Night Hound unleashed his own ultimate technique. Channeling all that power, he released the Baskervilles' 7th sword form, sending a storm of devastating red energy slashes, ripping through the chamber. The attack culminated in a massive, vortex-like explosion of red energy that tore through the vault, shock waves hurling gold coins and debris in every direction. Watching from a safe distance, Dolores was completely stunned. She realized that the Night Hound had gotten far stronger now than when he had fought during their battle against the demon Dantali, and she couldn't help but wonder what had driven such a drastic leap in his power. When the dust finally settled, the Night Hound stood ready, red aura still swirling around him like a living storm. His gaze stayed locked on his opponent. Bartholomew, now heavily wounded and bleeding, had to use his sword as a crutch just to remain upright. The demon's entire left side of its body had been ripped to shreds. The Night Hound could see that Bartholomew had survived only by pulling his foot back in the moment, and endured the 7th technique. Looking at its current state, our boy knew that the demon would have a difficult time continuing this fight. Blood dripping all over his face, Bartholomew had to admit to himself that the Night Hound's previous victories hadn't been pure luck. He actually did have the skill to kill his comrades. Even so, a defiant grin crept back onto his face. He began to taunt them, asking if they truly believed they would walk out of this place alive. He explained that the vault could never be opened from the inside, and that it operated on a strict timer. Only when the hour was up would the doors be unlocked from the outside. He continued his threat, laughing as he painted a picture of his guards swarming in the moment the doors opened. At that moment, he planned on reporting the 2 of them to the Imperial garrison. But his crazed laughter and telling of what was to come was cut short. Holy light! A powerful blast of divine energy raised him, causing the demon to scream in pain. Dolores, seeing an opening while his guard was down, thrust out her hand and shouted the holy spell while holding up the mirror of truth, an item that reveals the real face of anyone reflected in it. She questions the demon if his followers would still trust him once they saw his true self. Dolores continues to rain down holy magic on the demon. Bartholomew cried out in agony, stunned that she possessed such a potent holy artifact. As the mirror's light grew brighter, the reflection of his human face began to melt away, revealing the horrifying demonic visage lurking beneath. With his disguise fully shattered, Bartholomew dropped all pretense. A massive, grotesque grin stretched across his newly revealed demonic purple face. with an amused and threatening tone. He admitted that their preparations had been far more thorough than he expected. His body began to twist and turn. His right arm swelled, warping into a grotesque, monstrous limb ending in sharp yellow claws. He slammed the massive hand down onto the golden floor with crushing force, sending ripples through the mountains of coins. He grumbled to himself, irritated. He had expected to deal only with the Night Hound, and never imagined that the Saintess of Quo Vadis family would be involved as well, making things interesting. Standing beside the Night Hound, Dolores stared in terror at the monstrous transformation taking place before her eyes. Purple, fleshy tendrils began to creep up his sword, Bamung, fusing the legendary weapon into the demon's flesh. It couldn't believe that it had to show its true form to mere humans. His entire body shuddered and swelled, muscle and sinew twisting as his power surged higher. Two large, leathery wings tore through the back of his clothes, unfolding to their full, menacing span. Not to be outdone, the Night Hound braced himself for the next stage of the boss fight. He tightened his grip around his own demonic weapon, as it was covered in solid aura. Without wasting a heartbeat, he swung the newly empowered blade, sending two colossal slashes of red mana hurtling toward the transforming demon. It slowly raised its head, revealing a horrifying wolf-like snout and a mouth packed with sharp yellow teeth, all twisted together into a vicious grin. The attacks crashed into their mark, letting out a huge explosion that blinded everything for a moment. However, the creature was far from beaten. It had shielded itself with its gigantic arms, blocking most of the damage but leaving an X mark on its chest. The creature then unleashed a deafening, reality-bending roar. The sheer force of the sound created a brutal shockwave that sent both the Night Hound and Dolores backwards as they tried to stand firm in place. A terrified Dolores stammered, unable to fully process the abomination standing before them. She was witnessing the monstrosity that was truly the real form of Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois. The beast, a horrifying blend of man and monster with massive wings, jutting horns, and a wolf-like snout, glared down at them, its transformation complete. This creature was, in truth, Belial, also known as the Sixth Corpse, an S+ ranked risk rating. As the Sixth Corpse demon, it was the natural enemy of humans and, being invulnerable and immortal, one of the 10 disasters. In the dead language, in the former imperial state of sorcery, the name Belial means worthless. Its 10 commandant was written as, lice will swarm your body in storerooms. As the Saintess and Night Hound watched in horror, the vault itself began to respond to the demon's presence. The mountains of gold coins started to move. Dolores shouted a warning, pointing out how the gold was flying up into the air and gathering around the demon. She watched in disbelief as the swarming coins wrapped around Belial's body, magically healing, shut the wound the Night Hound had carved into its body. The demon explained his unique and terrifying ability, a power known as Gold Bloodline. In a world ruled by plutocracy, money is power, declared the demon. All the wealth in the safe is its life and its power now. With a monstrous snarl, he made a horrifying boast. As long as wealth itself held value in the world, he could not be killed. And as long as he was surrounded by it, his power would continue to grow without end. The sheer hopelessness of the situation began to crush Dolores's heart. Her leg trembled without end. The Night Hound noticed the state she was in. He gently called out to her and reminded the young lady that there was no need to be afraid. He reminded her of the strength she carried inside herself, recalling how Dolores awakened in Dantalion's imaginative world by overcoming negativity. In order to not feel fear, she needed to believe in herself. After saying those words, the Night Hound requested something of the Saintess. He asked if she could once again grant him the powerful blessing she had used during that previous battle. Dolores looked back at him, her expression clouded with uncertainty. She thought about the soul resonance she had shared with the Night Hound before. She admitted to herself that she had tried many times on her own to recreate that power after that incident, but had never succeeded. Clasping her hands together, she sank into self-doubt, questioning whether she could truly call it forth again now that it mattered most. Her mind flashed through all the times the Night Hound had thrown himself into battle against demons alone. She remembered her own moment of awakening, and a new determination rose in her chest. She knew she had to do what she could. She pledged to herself that she could not let him fight this battle by himself. Her doubt burned away, replaced by firm resolve. A holy cross-shaped light gleamed in her eye, as she vowed that she would never let the Night Hound fight alone again. Finding her courage, she stood behind him and stretched out her hand, declaring loudly that she would try. A brilliant golden radiance began to surge from her as she recited a verse. God Loon is a strong castle, and he becomes the shield and sword who saves us from great hardship. I will fail if I rely on my strength alone. May someone who is strong fight in my stead. Who will it be? This holy name is. Repeating the part about a name, Dolores slowly realized that there was a problem. She turned to the Night Hound and confessed that the blessing would be far more effective if she knew his true name. He stiffened, taken aback, realizing he couldn't possibly reveal his identity at such a critical moment. Their fragile focus shattered as the demon Belial, already fully restored, charged straight toward them. The Night Hound was stunned by the speed of the demon's recovery, as the arm he destroyed was now coming to smack him. Belial's massive arm slammed into the Night Hound with crushing force, and without mercy. The blow was devastating. The Night Hound was sent flying through the air, and crashed through multiple towers of gold coins. Our boy could only sit against a pillar in the safe, his arm and legs twisted in ways that were unholy, blood coming out of places where it shouldn't be coming out from. The demon, however, paid no attention to his fallen foe. He raised his massive, grotesque arm, which had been combined with the legendary sword. Bamung! Belial stood before the saintess, who had fallen to her knees out of fear. With a massive roar, Belial issues the death sentence for the young saintess, hoping to bring an end to her story. Dolores could only look up, her face frozen in pure terror, as the massive killing blow was about to come down upon her. This is it, she thought. Sixth corpse demon Belial glared down at the defenseless saintess, roaring for her to die. Frozen in terror, Dolores stood as tears streamed down her face, quietly accepting her fate. As the massive blade arm swung down to deliver the killing blow, she could only think that everything was over. But just before the blade could connect, a brilliant streak of red light tore through the air, forming a massive and complicated magic circle directly in the path of the attack, catching the demon completely off guard. The magic circle, with a large reptilian eye at its center, effortlessly blocked the devastating strike. A calm, ancient voice flowed out from the circle, greeting Belial and telling the demon that it had been a while. Stunned by the sudden intervention, Belial stammered. Upon hearing the voice, he slowly started to notice who had blocked his death blow. The hovering circle, standing protectively in front of the shocked Dolores, was revealed to be the power of the demon Regress. Belial repeated the name in disbelief, his expression twisting into fury. He accused his ally of betraying their kind, called Regress a dirty rat, and demanded to know if it was prepared to face the wrath of its people, if it could handle the endless fury that would come from the gates of destruction. Regress's eye remained calm. It replied that betrayal was the wrong word. It explained that it had never truly belonged to anyone's side to begin with. It had simply formed a contract with a human, and now its vocation changed, depending on the contractor's needs. Regress then declared its new purpose. For the next 1,000 years, it would serve as a shield for this woman, and for all of humanity. Regress dismissed the threat, saying they could worry about that when the time came. It reminded Belial that the 10 elite corpse demons were decreasing in both power and numbers, and that the unsettling truth was that he was the one acting tough. It asked Belial if he couldn't feel the tingling at the back of his neck. Confused, Belial snapped back, asking what it meant. But the question was only a distraction. Seizing that brief opening, the now recovered Night Hound leaped into the air behind the demon and unleashed a powerful slash of red energy, cutting straight across Belial's back. Landing lightly, the Night Hound reflected that his true aim had been to behead the demon. However, the strike had been too shallow to finish the job. Belial turned, completely shocked. He had fully expected the Night Hound to die, his organs obliterated by the force of that last strike. And so, he activated his golden veins ability. A swarm of gold coins rushed over his back, rapidly healing the deep gash. The Night Hound stood firm, though he was clearly wounded and bleeding from the chest. The reason for his survival was the demonic sword Beelzebub, which possessed the S-rank ability Immortal Basilisk and the A+ rank Silent Heal. Realizing that his opponent was far from an ordinary human, Belial acknowledged that this would not be an easy battle. Meanwhile, Dolores was safe, but trapped inside the protective red magic circle summoned by Regress. She thanked the ancient demon for saving her life, then immediately pleaded with it to release the shield magic so she could go and help the Night Hound. Regress flatly refused, its single eye narrowing as it explained that it had received only one command: to keep the saintess safe. It could not move beyond that order. Much to Dolores's shock and frustration, she found herself questioning what this strange being that had appeared from nowhere really was. Then a realization struck her. She could feel the Night Hound's own mana flowing through Regress. She understood that this protective shield wasn't the demon's idea. It was a safeguard the Night Hound himself had arranged in advance to make sure she survived. Powerless to intervene, she could only watch from behind the barrier as the furious battle raged on outside. The Night Hound and Belial clashed in a brutal, high-speed exchange. Their attacks lit up the golden vault, each impact sending shockwaves through the mountains of treasure, as both fighters traded blows and injuries. Belial's monstrous form seemed to revel in the violence, a cruel smirk spreading across his face even as he bled. The battle raged on. The Night Hound and the demon locked in a relentless storm of strikes. With its superior raw power, Belial landed a devastating blow that hurled the Night Hound backward across the chamber. Using Beelzebub to anchor himself to the ground, the Night Hound slowly began to recover from the attack. He started to assess the situation. The Night Hound couldn't believe that as someone who had reached the intermediate level of Swordmaster and surpassed the threshold of supremacy, he was right now struggling in this fight. The Night Hound's mind raced, measuring this monster against all the elite corpse demons he had fought, and came to a realization. Belial was, without question, the most difficult and overwhelming opponent he had ever encountered. He quickly analyzed the issue. Every time he attacked, Belial absorbed more wealth and became stronger. The amount of gold inside this vault didn't look like it had decreased at all from the start of their fight. The longer this battle went on, the more unfavorable the situation became for the Night Hound. He needed to end this fight quickly. But compared to King Corso Le Baskerville, the Undead Knight, also known as the Undertaker of the Grave of Swords, Belial was definitely beatable. He only had to endure a little longer, as time was on his side. Meanwhile, still confined within de Caravia's barrier, Dolores refused to remain a helpless spectator. She began to chant a powerful prayer, her voice firm with conviction. Despite the demons who swarm this land, don't be afraid and stand your ground. Truth will prevail, the truth will live on, and this land shall be eternal. As she finished her prayer, a massive wall of holy fire erupted from the ground, engulfing Belial in a torrent of golden flames. Dolores had cast the spell, Wall of Divine Fire. Belial, engulfed in the sacred flames, was unaffected. He asked if she really believed that such simple holy magic could stop him now. With a single powerful roar, the demon unleashed his own dark energy, completely shattering Dolores's holy magic, showing how useless it was against him. Dolores was pushed back slightly by the force of the roar, stunned that her wall of divine fire had been broken so easily. But her resolve did not falter. Undeterred, she began to cast the spell once more, her prayer rising with renewed conviction. Her defiance drew the full, murderous attention of the demon. Snarling, Belial mockingly roared that, if she was so eager to die first, he would gladly grant her wish. Just as the demon was about to strike Dolores, the Night Hound appeared behind him in a flash of red. With his blade aimed and ready, he declared that he was Belial's true opponent. A vicious smile spread across Belial's face, as his eyes began to glow with an intense golden light. Suddenly, golden snake-like tendrils of energy erupted from the mountains of coins, shooting toward the Night Hound and coiling tightly around his body, binding him in place. He struggled against the magical restraints, muscles straining as he tried to break free from the sudden trap. Belial raised a massive, twisted arm into the air. The tower of gold coins began to swarm all around the demon, transforming into golden currents. He declared to the Saintess that within this vault, both the Night Hound's attacks and her childish divine magic were utterly useless. With a final, menacing glare, he told her to spend her last moments regretting the day she refused to accept the corrupted wealth created through human greed, and to die as she was ripped to shreds. The barrage of golden death rained down on Dolores, who was still trapped within de Caravia's protective circle. The golden death was coming fast and strong, ready to kill. Each time a wave of golden coins swept past her, it cut and tore through her skin and clothes, drawing blood she had no way to stop. Tears flooded her eyes once again, as she braced for the incoming pain. The wet sound of blood spattering echoed throughout the vault, and it was that silence that followed which made her slowly open one eye. Though Dolores was hurt by the sheer force of the assault, she was not the one who had taken the brunt of the attack. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up, her clothes splattered with fresh blood. Standing directly in front of her, having shielded her with his own body, was the Night Hound. The golden projectiles had pierced him in multiple places, leaving him grievously wounded. Dolores could only stare in utter shock and disbelief. The Night Hound had absorbed the full impact of Belial's attack for her. The sound of blood spilling from the Night Hound's wounds spattering across the gold coins beneath him was horrifying. Yet he remained standing. His body was skewered by golden tendrils forged from the treasure itself, the remnants of a blow he had taken to shield Dolores from the demon's attack. Still, he refused to fall. Below, Dolores could only stare up at him in horror, her lips trembling as she whispered his name. Trapped behind de Carabia, guilt crushed her chest. He had been wounded protecting her. Again, the Night Hound gritted his teeth and seized the golden tendrils lodged in his body. A surge of crimson aura erupted across his hands, then his entire form. With a violent twist, he crushed the tendrils into dust and tore himself free. Dolores saw the state he was in and knew immediately he needed healing. She pressed both hands against the barrier and began to cast her spell. Suspended within a circle of radiant light, she realized the barrier had already been restored. Her voice broke as she pleaded with him to let her out, insisting she could still help. But the Night Hound, as its master, had already reinforced Dicarabia. He had poured more mana into it than before. The barrier was stronger, now far stronger, and it would not break so easily. He glanced back at her and gave a firm command. Do not leave the shield. Under any circumstance. His voice hardened as he warned her. It was far too dangerous outside. Then he turned away without waiting for her reply, and hurled himself back into the battle, charging toward the storm of golden energy gathering around the demon. Dolores could only watch him go, her face twisted with desperation, tears spilling freely. Belial struck again. Countless razor-sharp golden blades materialized in the hanging overhead like a storm poised to fall. The Night Hound steadied himself. His red eyes burned as he tightened his grip on his blade. Then the storm descended. Blades rained down in a relentless torrent, but he met them head-on. His weapon moved in a blur, carving arcs of crimson light that collided with the falling gold. Red and gold clashed violently, then shattered. The golden assault broke apart, fragments scattering across the vault. Amid the falling debris, the Night Hound stood unmoving, his gaze locked onto Belial. Still standing, still ready, unimpressed, Belial raised its grotesque arm. Then it struck. The massive blade came crashing down, slamming into the Night Hound with devastating force, and sending him hurtling across the vault. He hit the ground hard, skidding through scattered coins, as another brutal impact tore through his body. Blood splashed across his face. Still, he forced himself up. Belial roared, its patience gone. The treasure obeyed. A colossal fist of solid gold formed above the Night Hound, towering over him as it rose into the air. Then it dropped. The sheer weight of it tore through the air, aiming to crush him completely. From the ground, the Night Hound looked up, and for the first time, shock flashed across his face. Inside the barrier, Dolores fought her own battle. Refusing to remain a spectator, she slammed her fists against the shield again and again. It did nothing. Her hands split open. Blood ran down her arms. Still, she struck it. Again and again. A veil of holy light covered her eyes as she poured everything she had into breaking through. The barrier did not yield. A pool of blood gathered beneath her feet. Dicarabia watched silently. Its single eye lingered on her ruined hands as it spoke, calmly noting her condition. The words hit harder than any blow. Dolores' strength gave out. She collapsed to her knees. Her gaze fell to her trembling, blood-stained hands in despair swallowed her whole. She hated it. Hated that she could do nothing. Kneeling there, she thought of her power, of her faith, of everything it was supposed to stand for, and how useless it was. Her divine power born from pure belief, from justice, from compassion meant nothing here. Before a demon fueled by endless greed, by mammon itself. It was pathetic. Her thoughts drifted back to Dentalion. She had believed she had surpassed her limits then, that she had awakened something greater within herself. She thought this time would be different. She thought she could stand beside him, fight beside him. But those fragile hopes shattered, replaced by the memory of his voice ordering her to stay behind, calling the battlefield too dangerous as he leapt forward alone. A burden. That was all she was. Tears blurred her vision again. Frustration twisted into self-loathing as she cursed her own weakness. Meanwhile the battle raged on. The Night Hound rose. Blood streamed steadily from his wound, dripping onto the golden floor, but he ignored it. Step by step, he walked through his own blood. Then he charged. His blade flared crimson as he surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. One strike. Clean. Precise. Belial's massive arm separated from its body. But he didn't stop. He pressed forward. Then his eyes widened. Belial was already there. The demon moved faster than expected, closing the gap instantly and delivering a brutal counterattack. The impact sent the Night Hound flying. He crashed hard, his body slamming against the ground before skidding to a stop near the barrier, protecting Dolores. A deep wound tore open across his chest. Blood poured out. Leaning against the barrier, he spat blood, his breathing uneven. This was bad. He clicked his tongue, forcing himself to assess the situation. His mana was draining too quickly. Maintaining his solid aura was already taxing, but sustaining Dicarabia's reinforced barrier was consuming far more than he had calculated. And worse, even the basilisk's regenerative ability was weakening. Time alone would not save them. If he could not deliver a decisive blow to Belial, who had already demonstrated its ability to regenerate using the gold itself, then everything they had endured would mean nothing. There was only one option. He had to use it. Every last drop of mana. A final technique. But doubt crept in. He had not perfected it. Would it even work? Then, a soft warmth brushed against him. Golden light. He turned, startled. Dolores. Behind the barrier, she knelt with both arms outstretched, golden light pouring from her hands. Her palms were torn open, bloodied from her struggle, but her expression had changed. Resolve. She said she would fight with him. She refused to stand by and watch him suffer alone any longer. He tried to stop her, told her she had already done enough. But she cut him off. Her voice did not waver. It was because she was weak that she had to act. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at her glowing hands and asked him, did he truly see her as nothing but a burden? The words struck deep. He fell silent. Slowly, he rose. An idiot. That's what he called himself. Dolores had never once weighed her life against the risk. She had never hesitated to step forward. Yet here he was calculating, hesitating, like an idiot. There was no choice. He would overcome everything, protect everything. That included her. He answered. Nothing could be further from the truth. Since the moment she awakened alongside him, she had become something irreplaceable. A comrade, someone he had sworn to protect no matter the cost. He stepped forward, placing himself in front of her once more. His red eyes burned brighter than ever. This time, he would not fight alone. As the battle roared on, Dolores's thoughts drifted back to a distant memory. A younger version of herself ran through a sunlit church, calling out desperately. She found the Pope and threw herself into her arms. What's wrong? The Pope asked gently. Through tears, she spoke of a nightmare, a great evil swallowing the world, endless suffering, everyone trapped. What if it were real? What if her power was too weak to save anyone? The Pope smiled softly and wiped her tears away. Such a kind heart, she said. Even in her dreams, she thought only of others. She knelt and placed a hand on the girl's head. Her power might seem small now, but it would grow. Faith in God, faith in herself. That was the source. No one else could give her that strength. It would be lonely, painful, but one day, when that faith connected with true trust in another, when she found someone who would walk beside her, her power would reach unimaginable heights. The memory faded. The present returned violent, deafening. The mountains of gold trembled. Belial roared. Enough. A massive torrent of golden energy surged forward, spiraling into a destructive wave. It mocked them. Their power was meaningless. They could never stand against an endless tide of gold. Still the night hound stood before the barrier. Dolores knelt behind him and began to pray. Her voice rang out clear, unwavering. God, Lune is strong. The night hound turned, stunned by the power rising from her. She clasped her hands, her voice steady. Lune is both shield and weapon, one who descends to save us from disaster. Her thoughts sharpened. She could not rely on herself alone. She would share his burden, become someone he could rely on. Her prayer deepened. She called for strength not for herself, but for them both. It reached its peak. Then she spoke. If he truly trusted her, if he truly saw her as a comrade, then he had to tell her his name. Tears streamed down her face as golden light engulfed her entire body. She demanded it. The name of the one who stood before her. The name of the one she would fight beside. Silence fell. Even the storm seemed to hesitate. Then, a voice, quiet, unfamiliar. It cut through the roar of gold. From beneath the mask, he spoke. One word. Van. Dolores's eyes snapped open. Shock froze her expression. She knew that voice. She knew that name. The golden light settled over him. The mask, the hood, they faded, revealing the face beneath. He turned toward her. His red eye met hers. Come, certain. It was Van.
Names held a mysterious power. Dolores, still reeling from everything that had happened, understood that merely speaking a person's name could influence the law of cause and effect and stir a strange energy that crossed the yin and yang dimensions. Remembering her desperate plea for the warrior's sacred name, she slowly closed her eyes. Then, with a strangely calm expression, she finally spoke the name that had been revealed to her. Van. The instant the name left her lips, a massive explosion of pure golden divine energy burst out from them and swallowed the entire vault in blinding light. When that radiance finally began to fade, the demon Belial was still standing amid the ruins, with a cruel smirk twisted across its face. It mocked the pair for being buried beneath a sea of gold, sneering that such an ending was probably the kind most humans would have desired. Then it went further, taunting them by saying that Saint Dolores had died after being taken hostage by the Night Hound, and that this was the story the world would be told. Yet even as Belial spoke, the endless sea of gold coins covering the floor began to tremble. The shaking grew more violent by the second, so violent that even the demon was caught off guard. Its arrogant expression broke into genuine shock as it demanded to know where the disturbance was coming from. A brilliant golden light surged out from beneath the mountains of treasure and continued to intensify. A single bead of sweat rolled down Belle's monstrous face as a terrible suspicion began to form in its mind. Then, in a display of overwhelming power, the mountains of coins exploded upward and split apart to both sides, opening a wide path through the center of the vault. Standing in the middle of that path, wrapped in the same piercing light, were Vicar and Dolores. Their eyes, one glowing red and the other marked with a holy cross, were filled with unwavering resolve. They stood together, fully awakened. Crimson aura stormed around Vicar, while Dolores radiated a blinding golden glow of her own. Belial screamed in disbelief the moment it understood what it was seeing. This was a true awakening. Completely confused, the demon roared that such a thing should not have been possible, that it simply could not be happening. The golden light pouring from Dolores was so intense that even Belial had to steady itself, bracing one clawed hand against the floor while shielding its eyes. It was forced to admit that the searing brilliance before it was the genuine awakened light of the saints, but fear did not come first. Instead, a wide and twisted grin slowly spread across Belle's face. It stared at the awakened pair with a new and more terrifying interest, greed flickering openly in its eyes. In its mind, the power in front of it might have been worth even more than all the gold piled throughout the vault. Enraged by their awakened strength, Belial flew into a frenzied rage. It screamed that their awakening was impossible, bellowing that wealth and greed were the true rulers of the world. As long as human greed existed, money would remain king. There was nothing in existence, it ranted, that money could not accomplish, and nothing in the world that could shine brighter than gold. Vicar remained calm. He met the demon's burning gaze and quietly said that there were things money could never buy. As those words left him, fragments of his past flashed through his mind. The faces of his family. The bond he had forged with the Bollock tribe. The bitterness of losing a comrade. The tearful final embrace of a loved one dissolving into light. Love, sacrifice, grief, and connection had shaped him into who he was. The bond between Vicar and Dolores shone brighter than any mountain of gold. Because without something pure to reflect, gold was nothing more than a dull stone. As that truth settled in the air, Vicar's demonic dagger began to transform. It lengthened into a massive crystal blade made of pure red energy. He raised the weapon and pointed it directly at Belle, declaring that the demon would vanish before their light. Still defiant, Belial scoffed at their battered bodies and unleashed a massive wave of golden energy, roaring at them to stop spouting nonsense. As the attack rushed toward them, Vicar only tilted his head slightly. Dolores, bright and fearless, smiled at him. She told him not to worry about her. And this time, she did not call him by the false name he had hidden behind. She called him by his true name, Van. Accepting that trust, Vicar closed his eyes for a brief moment. With a new sense of partnership between them, he told her that he would return. Then he launched himself into the air and charged straight toward the massive dragon-like beast of pure golden energy that Belial had summoned. As he went, he called out her name, Dolores. Watching him throw himself into what should have been an impossible fight, Dolores felt no fear now. Her expression was full of fierce joy and unwavering faith as she clenched her fists, prepared to support him until the very end. And as Vicar flew toward the enemy, he felt the full weight of her blessings settle over him. The Sanctus's power sharpened and purified his aura more than ever before. The ultimate technique he had hesitated to use earlier, a skill he had never been fully confident in, no longer felt out of reach. A complex red magic symbol unfolded before him, glowing with power. This was not a simple amplification of his attacks. It was the ultimate sword art of the Baskerville family, the secret art of the Hound, created for one purpose alone, to kill demons. With the full power of the saint's blessing burning through his veins, Vicar unleashed the ultimate technique of his clan, the Baskerville's 8th sword form. He descended upon the demon, his body erupting into a massive crystal construct of pure red energy. That ethereal construct took the shape of a gigantic and ferocious hound. Its jaws spread wide as it lunged toward the golden dragon conjured by Belle. The demon could only stare upward in utter disbelief, as its own attack was dwarfed by the sheer size and savage presence of the secret art. For the first time, Bel, a top predator that had believed it ruled the world, felt real and mortal fear for its own life. Vicar, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fury, declared that his purpose was simple. He existed to kill demons. The two colossal energy beasts, one forged from red demonic power and the other from golden greed, collided in a cataclysmic struggle. Their impact erupted into a massive explosion of red and pale gold light that tore through everything in its path. When the dust finally settled, the once opulent vault had become a landscape of utter ruin. At the center of a gigantic crater lay the broken and bleeding bully of the demon. Buller training side by side at the rim of that crater were Vicar and of Dolores. Their battle was finally over. Barely able to move, Belial coughed weakly. It was shocked to realize that its wounds were no longer healing and that its strength was steadily draining away. It could not understand what was happening. In its mind, defeat should have been impossible. Even if that final strike had been fatal, its power should not have been failing. Its power should not have been fading like this. There had to be another reason. Then its gaze shifted and locked onto the torn human corpse of Bartholomew de Bourgeois. In that instant, a horrifying realization dawned on it. Its power had never truly been tied to the physical gold inside the vault. It had been tied to the value humanity placed on that gold. Panicking, it tried to understand why that power was still collapsing. The scene then shifted outside the vault and revealed the true, devastating scale of their master plan. Chaos had erupted across the streets of the capital. Bags of gold coins and bundles of currency had been thrown everywhere. Men working under Damien de Bourgeois gleefully scattered money into the air, plunging the entire city into an economic crisis. From a high balcony, two figures looked down over the pandemonium as the sun sank toward the horizon. Their plan had reached its climax. An official report laid out the catastrophic damage in plain terms. An emergency bulletin warned of hyperinflation after a massive amount of mysterious and counterfeit currency had been distributed throughout the capital overnight. Trust in money had collapsed, and with that trust, its value had plunged. Damien de Bourgeois read the document with grim satisfaction. His part of the plan had succeeded completely. The full strategy now became clear. Using his authority as director of the Imperial Mint, Damien had forged an enormous volume of currency. At the same time, Cindy Wendy, the master merchant, had used her vast trade network to spread that money across the empire, shattering the economy and breaking the very idea of money's value. On the balcony overlooking the collapsing city, Cindy Wendy held the report detailing the financial devastation. She turned to Damien de Bourgeois with a sly smile and admitted that although she had joined the scheme because of a debt she owed the Hound, she still wondered why a man of his rank would accept such a dangerous plan. Damien stared out at the burning horizon with a grave expression. He explained that the Hound had done something for him that no amount of money or treasure in the world could ever have accomplished. By borrowing the Hound's strength, he had finally been able to exact the revenge on his own family that he had longed for. For that, he had been willing to sacrifice everything. Cindy crossed her arms and said she understood, because she had once been in a similar position herself. The two of them agreed that they had allied themselves with a truly fearsome man. Damien then added that the chaos they had unleashed was only temporary. Because the counterfeit money had been created with magic, its effect would likely last only about an hour. But for someone like the Hound, that brief window was already more than enough time to decide the fate of the world. Back in the ruined vault, Vicar stood over the broken body of Bartholomew. Glancing upward, he noted that their hour had to be over by now. The demon, stripped of its source of power, was helpless. There were no gold coins left for it to absorb, and its ability to regenerate had already vanished. With Dolores standing behind him, Vicar approached the defeated demon. His red dagger glowed with lethal intent. He declared that all of Bel's wealth was worthless now, and told it to prepare for execution. To his surprise, the dying Bartholomew let out a weak chuckle, and a crooked smirk twisted across his bloodied face. With Dolores watching anxiously from behind, Vicar narrowed his eyes and asked what could possibly be so funny at a time like this. The demon's expression stretched into a crazed grin as it asked whether they had really believed it would come there without making preparations of its own. At once a massive and intricate purple magic circle erupted beneath their feet. Its symbols flared to life and tracked Vikir and Dolores within its boundary. With what little breath remained in him, Bartholomew revealed his final terrifying spell. He explained that everything in the world had a corresponding value. This curse was the price that had to be paid for killing him, and that price could only be paid with death itself. Then he named that ultimate curse of equivalent exchange: indulgence. Furious at the demon's final trick, Dolores shouted back in defiance. She declared that killing a demon could never be a sin and demanded that he stop spouting such absurd nonsense. But Bartholomew only chuckled from within the circle. He mockingly explained that even demons were creations of God, and that as a saintess, she should have known better than anyone that killing any of God's creations was a sin. He gloated, utterly confident that no one would be foolish enough to sacrifice a life merely to kill him. That arrogance did not last. Vikir calmly stepped forward and held a piece of paper right in front of Bartholomew's face. He told him that the price for killing a pig like him had already been paid. Then he revealed the document in full, a fancy and official-looking parchment. It was an indulgence, a holy paper that granted forgiveness for all the sins of a faithful believer. The document had been formally issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament faction of the church, the same faction Bartholomew had been working with. The demon could only stare in total and speechless shock. In a single instant, the tables turned completely. With the sin already absolved, the curse of indulgence no longer had any price left to claim. Seizing the moment, Vikir raised his glowing red blade. As the demon let out one last desperate cry, he swung in a decisive arc and cleanly separated Bartholomew's head from his body. The head fell, struck the floor of the crater with a dull thud, and rolled away until it came to a stop at the feet of a small and unexpected figure. From the edge of the crater, Vikir and Dolores looked down, and a new chill spread through both of them. Standing at the bottom of the crater, right beside the fallen head of the demon lord, was their friend Sinclair. Both of them stared at her in disbelief. But the Sinclair standing there was not the cheerful girl they knew. Her face was buried in deep shadow, and her eyes glowed with a menacing, corrupted purple light as she loomed over the dead demon. Her presence alone felt impossible to explain and utterly terrifying. Claire finally revealed how she had ended up inside the vault. At first, she said, everything had felt like a dream. After waking from a strange sleep, she found herself staring at a scene so surreal that her mind could not accept it at once. From where she hid, Sinclair watched a terrifying battle unfold. A monster with a pig's head was fighting her friend, Vice President Dolores, who was wrapped in a bright light, as well as the mysterious Night Hound. The creature looked exhausted after taking a powerful blow from the Night Hound, and before Sinclair could make sense of it, it changed back into a human. Then the Night Hound's sword fell without hesitation. In a single brutal stroke, he cut the man's head off. The severed head rolled across the ground and stopped right at Sinclair's feet, and in that instant, the truth struck her. What stood before her was not some twisted dream. It was reality, cold and merciless. Dolores and Vikir looked down into the crater and saw Sinclair standing there, frozen in shock. Panic seized Dolores first. She turned to Vikir in disbelief and demanded to know why Sinclair was there at all. She remembered her own plan clearly. She had given Sinclair tea mixed with a sleeping potion, confirmed that she was asleep, and sent both her and Piggy back to the academy. Sinclair being inside the vault should have been impossible. Still trying to understand the nightmare before her, Sinclair lowered her gaze to the severed head and quietly asked what was going on. Then she looked up at the two figures standing at the edge of the crater, her mind full of confused questions. She could not understand why the vice president was standing beside the Night Hound, or why the Night Hound was there with the head of the Bourgeois family. Her voice trembled with panic as she asked what any of this meant. And while she questioned them, her eyes, half hidden behind her fingers, began to glow with a strange and corrupted purple light. The fear in her voice was plain, but something darker was beginning to rise with it. Seeing her friend on the verge of breaking apart, Dolores rushed down into the crater and grabbed Sinclair by the shoulders. She begged her not to look at the head, and pleaded with her to look only at her instead, promising that she would explain everything. Dolores admitted that she did not know when Sinclair had woken up or how much she had seen, but at that moment, all she wanted was to calm her terrified friend. But Sinclair did not accept her comfort. Her eyes burned with that menacing purple light, and her face twisted with rage as she violently shoved Dolores's hands away. She screamed at her not to come any closer, and the sudden fury in her voice left Dolores completely startled and speechless. From the edge of the crater, Viker, still hidden beneath the disguise of the Night Hound, watched the scene tighten into something dangerous. He quickly realized how little time they had left. He warned Dolores that the vault doors could open at any moment, and told her that she needed to leave immediately. Dolores turned back to Sinclair anyway. Her concern for her friend was stronger than the warning, and she tried to reason with her as gently as she could. She told Sinclair it was dangerous to remain there and pleaded with her to leave together. Sinclair answered with a chilling accusation. She asked whether they were not the most dangerous people in the room. If she stayed behind and told the world what she had seen, then they would have every reason to silence her. Seeing the situation sliding further out of control, Vikir stepped between them and shielded Dolores. He took the full blame upon himself and created a cover story on the spot. He declared that he was the one who had killed the head of the bourgeois family, and that the Santos, knowing nothing of his plan, had merely been his hostage. That, he said, was the official story they would tell. His words did nothing to calm Sinclair. A bright turquoise magic circle formed in her hand as she prepared to fight. With fury blazing in her eyes, she challenged him directly and asked whether he planned to kill her too, in order to keep her silent. As he faced that unexpected threat, the Kir's thoughts turned inward. From the memories that remained from before his regression, he knew the facts about Sinclair. She was supposed to become a legendary figure, a genius and an elite student who would one day vanish after graduation and leave almost no trace behind in history. But that cold knowledge collided with the Sinclair he knew in this timeline. He remembered her cheerful greetings, her easy friendship with Piggy, and the smile that belonged only to her. More than that, he remembered the way she had tearfully called him Yun, overwhelmed with joy that he had returned safely. Those memories made the decision before him darker than it should have been. In silence, he weighed the question that now stood in front of his mission. Should he leave her alive, or if she had become a danger to everything, should he end it here and now? The air inside the crater grew heavy with the killing intent he never voiced aloud. Sensing that shift at once, she called out to him, her voice sharp with fear, "Night Hound." Before the standoff could go any further, the massive vault doors began to creak open. Bright light poured into the dark chamber as the heavy doors swung wide, cutting through the tension inside the crater. Sinclair still stood there with her turquoise shield raised directly at the battered Night Hound. A group of guards and aides appeared in the doorway, their figures thrown into sharp relief by the light behind them. One of them pointed in shock and shouted that the infamous criminal, the Night Hound, was inside the vault. Panic spread at once as the guards demanded to know why he was there and ordered everyone to make sure the Patriarch was safe. Their frantic cries were interrupted by a booming voice demanding to know what all the noise was about. The guards turned and saw Damien de Bourgeois striding toward them with his own men behind him. They were stunned by his sudden arrival and could not understand how he had managed to get there. Damien's eyes widened the moment he saw the scene within the vault. His gaze fell upon the grim sight on the floor, and he instantly recognized the severed head of his brother, Bartholomew. A silent understanding passed through him then. The Night Hound had succeeded. Vickers said nothing. Behind the mask, his expression remained unreadable. Damien drew in a steadying breath and put the final stage of their plan into motion. He pointed dramatically into the vault and shouted that an assassination had taken place. Then he publicly declared the cover story they had prepared in advance. The Night Hound had taken the Saintess hostage and murdered the Patriarch. After that, Damien pointed directly at Vikir and ordered the troops to be gathered. He commanded his men to save the Saintess and arrest the criminal immediately. With the guards' attention now fixed on him, Vikir turned to make his escape. But Sinclair blocked his path, her magic shield still raised. She shouted at him to stop and demanded to know where he thought he was going. Vikir paused and turned his head just enough for his red eye to meet her conflicted gaze. He gave her no real answer. Instead, he left her with a final, cryptic warning, telling her that it was up to her to decide what to see, what to hear, and what to believe. Then, with no time left to waste, he drew his glowing red dagger and drove it into the ground. A massive burst of red energy exploded from the impact. Smoke rushed upward and swallowed the area, creating the perfect screen for his escape. In the confusion, the guards shouted that he had vanished and barked orders to search the entrance at once. As the smoke slowly thinned, Sinclair remained standing alone inside the ruined crater. Her expression could not be read, and her fists tightened little by little as if she were holding something in place by force. Her thoughts remained hidden. Damien de Bourgeois approached her through the dust, his footsteps echoing through the wreckage. He asked whether she was all right and mentioned that he had heard from the head butler that the other student had already returned. He brushed aside the fact that he had not been told about their visit, saying it was not something he needed to involve himself in. Then he told her that the area would soon be sealed off and instructed her to get directions from the guards before heading back to the academy. Sinclair said nothing. She simply turned and began to walk away. As she passed him, Damien watched her in silence and wondered whether witnessing the Patriarch's brutal death had been too much for a young student to bear. Once she was gone, he turned his attention back to the scene before him. Looking down at his brother's lifeless body, he reflected on the man's overwhelming power, on how someone who had climbed to the very top of both the family and the world could still meet such an end. But as Damien took in the full scale of the destruction around him, the massive crater, the shattered vault that should have been indestructible, another realization forced its way into his mind. Could a scene like this really have been created by a battle between mere humans? The words of the Night Hound echoed back to him and confirmed the truth he had tried to reject. That was right. His brother had possessed the absolute power of a demon. Standing in the middle of those ruins, Damien finally accepted the terrifying reality of what his brother truly was. But before that realization could fully settle, an unexpected voice cut through the air behind him. It was you. Damien turned at once, and shock spread plainly across his face. Sinclair was standing there again, her expression cold and accusing. She said he was the mastermind, the one who had lured both the Night Hound and the Saintess into the vault for the sole purpose of assassinating the Patriarch. Her accusation ignited his anger immediately. Damien demanded to know what nonsense she was talking about, then drew his ornate sword and lunged forward to strike her down. Yet just before the blade could reach her, he stopped. His sword remained pointed at her chest, but confusion overtook the fury on his face. He stammered, unable to finish what he wanted to say, as a flicker of painful recognition crossed his eyes. For a brief and disorienting moment, he mistook her for someone else. Quietly, he asked whether she was his long-lost daughter, Juliet. Then, after staring at her for a tense moment, a bead of sweat slipped down his face as he realized the truth. There was a resemblance, yes, but this girl was not his daughter. And then, the final truth came to light. The student known as Sinclair was in fact the only daughter of the man who had just been killed, the Patriarch Bartholomew Juber. As her purple eyes glowed with that same menacing light, her hidden identity was finally revealed. Sinclair Jew Bourgeois. The standoff inside the ruined vault still held its breath as Sinclair raised a finger at Damien Bourgeois. She said he was the one who had orchestrated everything, the one who had drawn both the Night Hound and the Saintess into this place. Damien's eyes widened at once. A thin bead of sweat slid down his face the moment he heard the accusation. He recovered quickly. Lowering his sword, he called it a misunderstanding and began putting the weapon away as though calm alone could bury the moment. At the same time, he spun a story on the spot, saying the capital had fallen into chaos because of a counterfeit currency crisis. According to him, he had only come to the vault to meet his brother about that matter. Then, with a hard voice, he warned her not to throw around foolish accusations without proof. Inwardly, Damien admitted that Sinclair was sharp. Even so, he told himself it was still no more than suspicion, and suspicion could be brushed aside if he refused to give it shape. With that thought, he turned and walked past her, as if the conversation had already ended. Sinclair seemed to yield. In a low voice, she muttered that it did not matter. Then her gaze dropped, and what waited there was her father's severed, bloodied head lying on the ground. At that sight, an older memory rose without warning. PG had once asked her, bright with curiosity, what questions she wanted to ask the head of the bourgeois family. There had always been one thing Sinclair wanted to ask her father, but now the chance was gone forever. Then Damien stopped. From behind her came his voice, low and measured, asking whether her question had been this: "Why did you abandon me?" Sinclair's eyes widened at once. When she turned, Damien was looking at her with an expression that carried pain of its own, as though he understood that wound far too well. He told her that his daughter Juliet had once asked him the very same thing. It had happened when she was cast out into the world with nothing, forced to live as a commoner during the bourgeois family's succession trial. The name struck Sinclair like a blow. A buried memory surfaced, one from a time when she and a young Juliet had once been together, hinting at a bond between the two cousins that had long been forgotten. Damien saw her reaction, and shock crossed his face as well. It was as if he had reached the same conclusion in the same instant, that the two of them must have known each other once. He ground his teeth, his expression pulled tight by anger and sorrow, and then he looked at Sinclair and spoke with final certainty. In the end, he said, neither her father nor the bourgeois family had abandoned her. He began to explain the creed at the center of his family, a motto that said they must be, not be seen. That was why their succession trial existed. Each heir had to prove their worth in the capital alone, without help from their parents. Damien admitted that this was a basic law of their house, something that should have been explained to Sinclair long ago, and he could not understand why his brother Bartolomeo had never told her. Sinclair said nothing. Her purple eyes revealed almost nothing either, yet the truth settling in front of her was enough to shake the ground beneath everything she believed. The more she turned it over in her mind, the more her thoughts began to fracture. What if the one who had abandoned her was never her father at all, but a demon? What if the man she remembered as her father had been that demon from the very beginning? And what if there had been no demon in the first place? What if everything she remembered had only been a hallucination? The image of her younger self on the cold floor clashed with the memory of her father's face, twisted by demonic power, and the two versions of the past tore at each other until she could no longer tell where truth ended and lies began. In the middle of that confusion, the Night Hound's final words returned to her. He had told her that it was her choice what to see, what to hear, and what to believe. That memory became the one steady thing she could hold on to. From it, a new resolve took shape. She had to meet him again. Only then would she find the truth. When her thoughts finally settled, what remained was not peace, but a cold and unwavering decision. Sinclair turned away from the head on the ground and offered her father one last quiet farewell. Then she walked past Damien, and in that same moment, a powerful golden aura burst around her. Her eyes glowed with a purpose that had not been there before, as she declared that she would be the one to inherit the family's leadership. Elsewhere, the estate had fallen into chaos. Alarms rang through the grounds while guards searched desperately for the assassin, shouting that the Night Hound could not have gone far. High above them, on a rooftop hidden from the confusion below, the Night Hound stood beside an injured Dolores and watched it all unfold. He noted that the security was tightening. Dolores, however, was not watching the guards. Her thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Looking at the Night Hound with visible concern, she admitted that she still could not stop thinking about Sinclair. Then she asked the question that had been pressing against her heart ever since they left. Had they really done the right thing by leaving her behind like that? The Night Hound tried to ease her fears. He told her she did not need to worry about Sinclair being blamed. Even if Sinclair had been there, she would not be treated as an accomplice. Damien had already prepared the official version of events for everyone else. The story would be that the Night Hound had taken the Saintess hostage and killed the Patriarch, while Damien had become the heroic witness who survived it. And a clever person like Sinclair, he added, would understand better than to repeat what she had truly seen. If she did, people would likely call her mad. Dolores fell quiet after hearing that. After a brief silence, the Night Hound asked what remained now of the alliance between the Quo Vadis family and the Bourgeois family. Dolores answered the question herself, her expression darkening as she named the final enemy left to them. Cardinal Humbert L. Quo Vadis. At once, another memory crossed her mind, one of Bartolomeo mentioning Cardinal Humbert's recent visit. That memory fixed her certainty in place. She said he had to be the one who remained at the center of it all. Standing beneath the night sky, Dolores declared that she needed to meet Cardinal Humbert and question him about his meeting with the demon Belial. Yet even as she said it, her body trembled. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as if she were trying to hold something together that kept threatening to come apart. The Night Hound watched her in silence for a moment. Then he lowered himself to sit in front of her and asked, gently and directly, whether she was afraid of Humbert. Dolores did not answer at first. She only let out a long breath before admitting something that seemed to pain her even more than the fear itself. She found it almost pitiful that she had managed to overcome her fear of a powerful demon, and even achieve a true awakening. Yet she was still terrified of her own father. Sitting beside her, the Night Hound quietly told her that there was nothing pitiful about that. The softness in his answer broke something open inside her. Tears welled in her eyes, and holy crosses formed in her pupils as she began to cry. After wiping her face, she asked if he would listen to her story. This, she said, was the first time she had ever spoken of it to anyone. It was not something she could share easily. Then Dolores revealed the truth. As the Night Hound had likely already guessed, Cardinal Humbert was not her biological father. A memory surfaced of a younger Humbert holding Dolores as an infant. She explained that he had discovered her when she was still a child because of her powerful divine talent, and after seeing that potential, he chose to adopt her. In the eyes of the world, Humbert was a man of an illustrious bloodline, second only to the Pope in power, revered by countless believers. Faced with a figure who seemed so absolute and untouchable, Dolores had believed she had no choice but to obey. In her mind, that life looked like a puppet made of wood. A massive hand controlled every movement from above, deciding where she looked, how she stood, and what she was allowed to become. She had to remain a beautiful puppet, one that never complained and never resisted. And the meaning of disobedience did not have to be spoken aloud. It was already there in the image of the broken puppet lying discarded on the ground. When the memory faded, a single tear ran down her cheek, yet the fear on her face had changed. It had not vanished, but it no longer ruled her completely. Dolores told him that it was all right now. After meeting the Night Hound, she had finally found the courage to break the control that had bound her entire life. As those words left her, a real smile appeared through the tears, full of relief, gratitude, and the fragile feeling of freedom. Under the moonlight, for the first time, she truly felt free. Listening to her confession changed something inside the Night Hound as well. Shock showed plainly in his eyes as he understood just how close their lives had been in spirit. Their circumstances were not identical, yet the shape of their suffering was the same. Her life as a puppet under another's hand was no different from the life he had lived before his regression, when he had existed as a hunting dog bound only to orders, never allowed to ask what his own purpose was. He saw now that Dolores had also lived on a leash. That shared pain hardened his resolve, both for her sake and for the sake of cutting away the evil that still remained. He knew then that he would have to confront Humbert. The scene shifted to a dark forest at night, wild and disordered beneath a silent sky. A carriage lay overturned and shattered among streaks of blood, the remains of a violent ambush that had torn through the road without mercy. From that wreckage, Cardinal Humbert fled in terror, running for his life with blood streaming down his face as panic overtook every thought he had. He shouted that he knew nothing. He screamed that he had been ignorant. The reason for that terror soon became clear. In a flashback, Humbert explained that the deaths of several cult leaders had exposed the criminal conspiracy tying the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis to the bourgeois family. Terrified that the investigation would eventually swallow him as well, he had gone to confront Bartolomeo. Desperate and cornered, he tried to threaten the patriarch by saying that if he were arrested, he would confess everything. But the threat died the moment Bartolomeo smiled. That grin was not human. The instant Humbert saw the demonic curve of it, he understood that fear and negotiation meant nothing before such a being. Bartolomeo was not a man who could be pressured into retreat. He was a demon. In the memory, Humbert toppled from his chair and begged for his life, stammering out apologies and admitting that he had been wrong. Bartolomeo, dark purple power swirling in his hand, chose not to kill the trembling cleric. Instead, with a sinister calm, he produced a strange yellow orb that pulsed like a living thing and carried an eye at its center. He told Humbert to use it when a true crisis came. Then, after placing that cursed means of survival in his hands, Bartolomeo let him live. The flashback ended on the image of that demonic eyeball resting in Humbert's shaking grip. Back in the forest, still running through the darkness, Humbert dragged the object back out with desperate fingers. He clutched at his chest and fixed all his hope on the cursed gift Bartolomeo had left him. It was the only thing he believed could still save him. He never got the chance to use it. A glowing lash cut through the air before him, moving so fast it barely seemed real. Wrapped in ominous purple light, it swept past with terrifying precision and struck his arm. For one blank moment, Humbert only stared downward in confusion. Then understanding hit, followed by searing pain, as his hand fell away at the wrist. His cry tore through the forest as he dropped to his knees and grabbed at the wound in shock. A figure stepped out before him. She was a woman with long, pale blue hair and a strange mask over her eyes, and she looked down at him with casual indifference as she remarked that she had only meant to take the object from his hand. It seemed, she added, that she had taken the whole hand by mistake. Then she picked up the severed hand, which was still clutching the demonic orb. Through tears of pain and terror, Humbert pleaded with her not to touch it. He cried out that the object belonged to him. The woman, armed with a blood-marked blade and the same whip-like weapon that had dropped him in an instant, merely loomed over him. She introduced herself as Ms. Ouroboros and began listing his sins with light, mocking contempt. How could a man of God take bribes, sell children, and even deal with demons? There was a cruel amusement in her voice as she said that, for all his evil, she could not call him boring. In fact, she enjoyed work like this very much. Collecting criminals like him was part of what made it worthwhile. A colder fear entered Humbert then, one even sharper than pain. Struggling for breath, he asked what she meant by collecting. In answer, her whip shot forward and coiled around his neck. With one powerful pull, she tore him off the ground and flung him upward, leaving him hanging from a high branch like a condemned thing swaying in the dark. As Humbert choked and kicked helplessly in the air, Ms. Ouroboros told him that she was going to train him so that he could properly welcome old age. Gasping between spasms of panic, Humbert forced out the question of what that old age was supposed to mean. Holding the demonic eyeball in her hand, Ouroboros ran a snake-like tongue across her lips and fixed him with a predator's stare. Then she answered him with a line that sounded less like a threat and more like a promise. She was speaking of the age of war, the age in which only the truly strong were allowed to exist. In the days that followed, the entire capital remained in shock. News of one stunning event after another spread through the empire like wildfire, shaking even those who thought themselves far removed from the chaos. First came the assassination of Bartolomeo, the powerful patriarch of the bourgeois family. Then came the mysterious disappearance of Cardinal Humbert, founder of the Quo Vadis Holy Order. and standing at the center of both disasters was the Empire's most infamous criminal mastermind, the Hound. An official investigation was launched soon after, and before long, a carefully arranged story was released to the public. According to the report, the Hound had ambushed a dinner attended by Bartolomeo and several academy students. In the final moments of the attack, the patriarch had supposedly sacrificed his own life to ensure the students escaped safely. With the situation spiraling further into unrest, Damien Bourgeois stepped forward as the interim patriarch. During a press conference, he assured the public that everything possible would be done to resolve the incident. And he announced that a new heir had already been designated, bringing the matter to a swift and official close. Even with 2 of the 7 grade families caught in turmoil, Colosseo Academy was slowly returning to something that resembled normal life. The campus was busy once again, as students and staff prepared for the upcoming final exams and the annual parent-teacher meeting. Walking through the grounds, Tudor looked around in open disbelief at the scale of the renovations. The academy had changed so much that it barely felt like the same place. Cherry blossom trees now lined the pathways around a grand fountain, making him wonder whether he had walked into a school or a botanical garden. Bianca and Sancho were with him, and both of them were staring at the changes as well. Bianca wondered aloud why Director Winston had decided to start such massive renovations so suddenly, especially at a time like this. Sancho, meanwhile, said the academy smelled fresher than before, as though even the air had changed. Tudor covered his nose at once and complained that all he could smell was fertilizer. PG soon caught up with them and offered what seems like the most reasonable explanation. With the parent-teacher meeting approaching, it made sense that the school would want everything to look perfect. He pointed out that the work was not limited to the central grounds either. Renovations were happening all across the academy. Even the training grounds, where the magic barrier had failed during the last exam, were being strengthened with new magic stones ahead of the final classification event. Still, even Piggy admitted the scale of it all felt excessive. In the end, he guessed it was because important guests from the 7 great families were expected to attend. As they walked, the conversation drifted away from the renovations and towards something more personal. Tudor asked Bianca whether she had made up with Sinclair yet, mentioning that he had heard she changed rooms in the dormitory. Bianca let out a tired sigh and pressed a hand to her forehead, saying, for what felt like the 10th time, that it had never been a fight in the first place. With a more troubled expression, she explained that she had not heard much from Sinclair in days, and her friend had seemed to be in a constant bad mood. Believing Sinclair simply needed space, Bianca decided it was best to move out for a while. Sancho added that the situation really had been strange. He had barely seen Sinclair outside the dorms except when she went to train, and lately she had even been skipping classes. That only made PG more suspicious. He wondered aloud whether something serious really had happened between the 2 girls after all. Before anyone could answer, a bright voice called out to them and cut straight through the conversation. The group turned and saw Dolores waving enthusiastically in their direction. She was wearing a bright orange construction vest and a yellow hard hat, and the sight of her dressed like that left all of them momentarily speechless. Dolores explained the outfit with a laugh. The upcoming tournament had kept the student council so busy with preparations that she had ended up dressing for the work itself. Her friends were impressed by how seriously she was throwing herself into it. Bianca, however, looked more concerned than amused. She told Dolores not to push herself too hard after everything that had happened with the patriarch. Dolores only laughed and brushed the worry aside. She lied and said she was fine, explaining that something had covered her eyes during the incident, so she had not really seen what happened. The moment the subject came up, Tudor's face twisted with anger. He started furiously ranting about the Hound taking their president hostage and swore that if he ever got the chance, he would capture that criminal himself. Bianca immediately held him back and reminded him, without mercy, that he had been far too scared to do anything during the last festival. Trying to move the conversation somewhere safer, Dolores looked around and asked where the rest of their group was. More specifically, she wanted to know where Sinclair was. Piggy and Bianca exchanged a look the moment she asked. Bianca quietly admitted that they had not really seen Sinclair either. Lately, it felt as though she had been deliberately avoiding them. That answer immediately dimmed Dolores's expression. The cheerfulness drained from her face, and she lowered her eyes as a single tear slipped free despite her efforts to hold herself together. Inwardly, she thought that she needed to check on Sinclair soon. Ever since the horror in the vault, that thought had never really left her. She knew better than anyone how deeply confused and shaken Sinclair had to be. Sinclair had seen a demon reveal its true form, and she had watched a man die in brutal fashion right before her eyes. Dolores could not stop replaying the memory of her friend's tormented expression. Worse still, shame lingered in her chest, because when everything fell apart, she had been the one who ran and left Sinclair behind. Sensing the mood turning too heavy, PG abruptly shifted the subject with a sly grin and brought up Vikir instead. He started saying that Vikir had gone back to the dorms first and was probably alone in his room again, just like last time, his tone making it sound as though he was implying something much more suspicious. He never got to finish. The others practically leaped at him in panic, and one of them clapped a hand over his mouth before he could say another word. The scene dissolved into sudden chaos as everyone tried to keep Piggy quiet. Sancho quickly stepped in with a shaky laugh and forced out a cover story, saying that Vikir had simply gone back to train. Dolores was left staring at the group in complete confusion, unable to understand why they were acting like frightened criminals over something so small. Elsewhere, in the academy gym, sweat fell steadily onto the floor. Vikir was in the middle of an intense workout, moving through his training with quiet focus. The barbell in his hands was so heavy that the nearby students watching him could only stare in disbelief at the strength required to lift it. Yet even while training, his thoughts were somewhere else. Around his neck hung the red star-shaped necklace, and his mind stayed fixed on the demon sealed inside it, Decarabia. His red eyes glimmered faintly as he reflected on the demon's current state. After using the last of its mana to protect Dolores, Decarabia had fallen into a deep sleep and still had not awakened. Vikir had to admit that Decarabia had been far more useful in the battle against Belial than he initially expected. The memory of its powerful magic circle shielding Dolores from harm was still fresh in his mind. But that help had also created a serious complication. Dolores had been wearing the necklace at the time, which meant she could have pieced together his true identity far too easily. Because of that, he had been forced to use Decarabia's mental manipulation to alter her memories and keep his secret intact. It had been a desperate choice made in the middle of crisis. The price for it, however, had been steep. His imperfect control over the demon's power drained a massive amount of his own mana, and that was the real reason he had exhausted himself so quickly during the fight with Belial. Once he finished the set, Vikir rapped the heavy weights with a loud metallic clang. The sound echoed through the gym, sharp enough to make a few nearby students flinch. As he stepped back and caught his breath, he reached a quiet conclusion. From now on, he would have to be much more careful in the way he used that power. Later, seated on a bench with the strain of training still lingering in his muscles, Vikir turned his thoughts toward the path ahead. He reflected on how much this new timeline had already diverged from the life he once knew. By hunting high-ranking demons, he was trying to delay the coming age of destruction. But in doing that, he was also shifting history itself. And each change made the future harder to read. In his mind, he pictured the road he had walked so far, a path lined with enemies already defeated. That sight only sharpened the truth. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict anything using the memories he carried from before his regression. The future was no longer unfolding along the same lines. He then measured his own strength with the same cold honesty. He had already reached the peak of his clan's power, mastering the 7th form and even unlocking the legendary 8 technique of the Baskerville family. Even so, that ultimate power remained incomplete and unstable without the holy enhancement of the Saintess Dolores. A heavier concern soon followed. Vikir was certain that the remaining high-ranking demons, the 10 cores, now understood that he was a genuine threat, and once they recognized that, they would not remain scattered. To protect themselves, they would eventually begin gathering their forces, creating a far more dangerous enemy for him to face. The sheer pressure of those thoughts left him with a pounding headache. Almost absent-mindedly, he emptied the last of the water in his bottle, only to realize a moment later that he had nothing left to drink. Then, without warning, a cold can appeared in front of him. He looked up in surprise as a voice asked whether he had been looking for a drink. What he saw next caught him completely off guard. It was Sinclair, dressed in workout clothes, smiling brightly as though nothing were wrong, and greeting. Later that night, the two of them sat together on a high rooftop, their figures silhouetted beneath a sky thick with stars and a full moon that shone almost too clearly. They raised their cans and tapped them together, the soft sound of their quiet toast carrying through the stillness. For a moment, the night almost felt peaceful. As they drank, Sinclair smiled and said that nothing beat a cold beer after a good workout. Then she glanced at Vicur's can, noticed it was soda, and casually offered him one of her beers instead. He declined with complete seriousness, explaining that alcohol after training interfered with muscle synthesis. Sinclair only waved the answer away with playful indifference and took another sip of her own drink, as if to say he could suit himself. A comfortable silence settled between them after that. It lasted just long enough to feel natural before Sinclair quietly asked whether she had ever told him that she came to the roof to look at the Milky Way whenever she felt down. Vicur answered that she had told him before. A faint smile touched her lips at that. She seemed pleased that he remembered. But while they sat beneath the open sky, Vicur kept studying her from the corner of his eye. The more he watched, the more a question took shape in his mind. Was that cheerfulness real, or was it only something she was forcing over the wound underneath? His thoughts drifted back to his previous life, to comrades who survived the Great War against the demons, only to remain scarred in ways no battlefield could fully reveal. Images of their lingering trauma flashed through him, and with them came an unsettling possibility. Perhaps Sinclair carried that same kind of hidden damage now. At last, he broke the silence and told her bluntly that she did not look well. The words caught Sinclair off guard. Her cheerful mask slipped at once, and she lowered her eyes before quietly asking whether it was really that obvious. Even then, she still tried to insist that she was fine. Vicur did not let the matter drop. He asked whether the incident with the bourgeois family was the reason she was like this. The question struck her like a blow. Terror twisted across her face in an instant, and her eyes widened with such shock that it almost seemed as though she had been stabbed by the memory itself. Her body began to shake uncontrollably. She stammered out a denial, insisting she did not remember anything from that day. Yet the denial carried no strength. Tears were already spilling down her face, and even she seemed confused by the force of her own reaction. Sinclair gave a strained, broken laugh and asked why she was crying. She tried to brush it off, tried to insist again that she was fine, but the words collapsed before they could stand. Her hand rose to cover her face, and the laughter turned to sobbing as if something inside her had finally torn wide open. Soon she could no longer hide the breakdown. Her shoulders shook, her breathing fell apart, and the tears would not stop, no matter how much she tried to fight them. Vicur watched it happen, and felt the situation turning far more serious than he expected. Then he reached out, seized her wrist firmly, and demanded to know what had happened to her. At once, the crying stopped. Sinclair's expression emptied. The light in her eyes seemed to drift away, leaving behind something distant and unfocused, as though part of her had stepped elsewhere. In a detached voice, she asked him why he was doing this. Then, with the same chilling flatness, she said that it had been a mistake for him to leave her alone at that moment. The words that followed sounded as though they had been buried deep inside her, waiting for the slightest crack to escape. With quiet finality, she said that he killed him. Vicur stared at her, unable to understand the sudden change in her demeanor or the meaning behind those words. But Sinclair kept looking past him, almost like someone in a trance, and then she delivered the truth that had been haunting her all along. "The Night Hound," she said, "killed my father." Vicur stood frozen at her words, still holding her wrist, and asked in a low voice who the Night Hound had killed. Through her tears, Sinclair gave him the answer he had not been prepared to hear. The victim was Bartolomeo, patriarch of the bourgeois family. She looked him straight in the eyes, her voice choking on the truth as she said it again, more clearly this time. The night hound had killed her father. A thick silence settled over the moonlit rooftop after that. Fakir lowered his gaze, his thoughts running wild as the revelation rearranged everything he thought he knew about her. He had never expected this. The friendly classmate beside him was the only daughter of the man he had just assassinated. Suddenly, all the strange pieces began to fall into place. He remembered the way Sinclair reacted whenever her family was mentioned and realized she had been hiding her identity all along. He thought back to Juliet, Damien's daughter, and understood at last why that sense of familiarity had clung to the moment. The two girls were cousins. More than that, he finally understood the murderous hostility Sinclair had shown him in the vault. It had not been simple shock from seeing an assassination. It had been the fury of a daughter watching her father's killer stand before her. Sinclair wiped at her tears and apologized for deceiving him. She said she had promised herself that she would never tell anyone the truth about who she was, but for some reason, hiding her pain from him had become too difficult. Then, before he could even begin to respond, she revealed something else. Quietly, almost as if she had already repeated it to herself too many times. She told him that she had decided to leave the academy. Vicar listened without a word. Sinclair explained that her life had always been pointed in one direction. She wanted to achieve greatness at the academy, become the top student, win every competition, and rise all the way to student council president. She had spent her youth building herself around those goals, believing they were the shape her future would take. But now, all of those ambitions had lost their meaning. Something else had entered her life, something she found far more valuable. And it had changed the way she looked at everything. With a new resolve in her eyes, she turned toward Vicar and told him that before she left the academy, there was one last thing she wanted to do. Her expression softened, almost trembling between hope and fear, as she confessed that what she valued most now was the relationship she wanted with him. The confession left Vicar speechless. He turned his face away from her and said that he was not the kind of person she believed him to be. But Sinclair leaned closer at once and told him, firmly and sincerely, that he was wrong. To her, he was more admirable than anyone she had ever met. One memory after another spilled from her. She talked about the freshman welcome party, when he helped Petey without asking for anything in return, and how that small act of kindness had stayed with her. She spoke of her surprise when she realized the quiet boy in her class was the same Vikir who could step into any situation without faltering. She remembered how he threw himself into a filthy sewer to retrieve something important, shocking her with how little he cared for himself when something mattered. She remembered his strength too, the way he endured a brutal beating without abandoning his principles. And most of all, she remembered the moment of her deepest despair, when he did the impossible, shattered the gate, and returned to her. At that memory, her voice grew softer, as though she were standing in that moment all over again, feeling the relief of throwing herself into his arms because he had come back. But the warmth in her expression faded soon after. Sinclair returned to the present and spoke of something else, something that still cut too deeply to say without pain. On the night her father died, Dolores had been standing beside the night hound. It had been obvious, she said, that the two of them were working together. A wounded purple light gathered in her eyes as she confessed how deeply that betrayal had shaken her. Dolores had been the upperclassman she trusted more than anyone, and seeing her beside the man who killed her father had shattered that trust completely. Then Sinclair looked at Vicar with a desperate kind of hope. She told him that he was the only person left she could still trust. She reminded him of the newspaper columns he wrote criticizing the night hound, and said that he, of all people, had to understand how vile that criminal truly was. Leaning closer, holding on to him with nothing but words, she pleaded that he was all she had left, and the only one who could understand her now. Vikir listened in silence until the last of her words faded into the night. Then he spoke her name. He rose to his feet and, in a somber voice, acknowledged both her situation and the feelings she had just laid bare before him. With his back partly turned, as if even facing her would make the answer harder, he told her that he could not accept her confession. Not now. The reason sat inside him like a wound. He knew that accepting her feelings out of pity would only be another form of cruelty. But there was something even heavier than that. Even if the man he killed had truly been the demon Bailey, the fact remained unchanged. He was still the Night Hound. He was still the one who had killed her father. The rejection struck Sinclair hard. Her lower lip trembled, and another tear slid down her cheek as she asked whether he meant he could not accept her feelings right now. There was still a thin, trembling thread of hope in her voice when she looked up and asked if he might accept them someday, when the time was right. Vicar hesitated. His expression tightened with conflict, because he knew he needed to end that hope cleanly before it kept growing into something crueler. He drew breath to answer, but before the words could leave him, Sinclair moved first. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a desperate embrace. She told him not to say anything. Then, pressing her face against his shoulder, she whispered a final request so fragile that it almost disappeared into the night. "Just hold me this once." The cure's eyes widened slightly at the sudden closeness. He did not return the embrace, but he did not push her away either. He simply stood there in silence and let her cry against him under the moonlit sky. While he held that moment in place, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. The girl clinging to him now seemed fragile, painfully young and far too human for what the future would demand of her. Yet he remembered that during the Age of Destruction, the bourgeois family had become one of humanity's crucial pillars in the war against the demons. It had to have been Sinclair, he realized. It had to have been her, standing at the head of that family, and secretly supporting the resistance from the shadows. The thought filled him with both awe and sorrow. He could not begin to imagine what hardships this girl must have endured to become the unnamed hero who had helped save humanity in his past life. Guilt washed over him, followed by something close to indebtedness, and his hands slowly clenched at his side. He had acted with purpose until now, but that did not mean his choices had truly helped her. It was possible they had only driven her deeper into suffering. After a long moment, his fist loosened again. For now, he could offer her nothing grand. No truth, no promise, no redemption. The only thing he could give her was his presence. And so, at last, he raised his arms and gently held her in return, as the two of them stood together beneath the wide sky filled with stars. Elsewhere, inside the director's office at Colosseo Academy, Winston was giving a report on the campus greening project and the recent magical infrastructure upgrades. He explained that the number of trees and flower beds had more than doubled. He also noted that for the final exams and the parent-teacher meetings, the stadium's magic stones had been replaced with a new model. Deputy Headmaster Vincy Morg listened with concern rather than approval. He questioned whether the new magic stones had truly been tested enough to trust their durability. Winston responded with a warm smile and remarked that Vincy was, as always, deeply concerned for the students' safety. Vincy brushed the praise aside and claimed he was only a timid man worried about protecting his own position. Winston, however, did not accept the false modesty. He said he knew better than that. Then, as if to show that he had prepared carefully for the deputy headmaster's concerns, he slid a small ornate box across the desk. When Vincy opened it, surprise flickered across his face. Resting inside was a green bracelet set with a glowing purple gem. Winston explained that it was a special key designed to bypass the new magical barriers. He suggested that the students wear them to avoid any unnecessary issues with security. Vincy lifted the bracelet and studied the artifact's magical properties with a narrowed gaze. He asked whether something like this could be mass-produced. Winston told him that student bracelets had already been prepared, and that more could be made for the professors as well if resources allowed. Vincy admitted that the measure did not fully answer his concerns about durability, but it was still a useful precaution. He placed the bracelet back into the box and, for the moment, accepted the plan. Once that matter was settled, Winston's expression grew more serious. He told Vincy there was something else they needed to discuss, something left out of the official report. At once, the atmosphere in the room changed. Winston revealed that the matter concerned Professor Sadi's dismissal, and both men went still with tension. Vinci immediately asked why that subject was being raised again. He had assumed it was already finished. Winston explained that a formal complaint had been submitted against a Capitol Guard official for dereliction of duty. The explanation only made Vinci angrier. He complained that the officer filed endless reports while refusing to do actual police work such as searches and arrests. Worse, the same officer had even lost critical security information. With rising fury, Vinci slammed his hands onto the desk and said this went beyond mere negligence. It stained the reputation of both the Guard and the Academy, and in his view, it demanded severe disciplinary action. Winston calmly raised a hand and cut him off. He agreed that punishment was necessary. However, when Vinci suggested firing the officer outright, Winston turned toward the window and spoke without wavering. The punishment would be decided by him. That answer only enraged Vinci further. He shouted that the whole thing was complete nonsense. Winston did not argue with him. With his back still turned, he simply ended the meeting and told Vinci to leave for the day. Seething, Vinci stormed out of the office. As he moved down the hallway, his mind churned with suspicion. He became more certain with every step that Winston was hiding something important. The director's refusal to let him touch the matter felt less like an administrative decision and more like a warning to stay away from whatever lay underneath it. His determined stride was interrupted by a group of men waiting in the corridor. One of them asked whether he had found what he needed. The man, dressed in a brown jacket with a fur collar, handed Vinci a folder and told him to look at the documents inside. Vinci opened the file and found an old historical report. It described a bloody event that took place 35 years earlier, not long after the unification of the empire, when the heads of 47 noble families attempted a massive coup. As he read, his face darkened. The report detailed the widespread massacre and invasion of the imperial palace. In the end, the rebellion failed, and 46 of the 47 family heads were executed. The survivors were imprisoned in the high-security prison Vague. Vinci looked up and asked why the man had been searching for this particular record. The answer that came back was quiet, but it carried enough weight to chill the air between them. The man said he believed both Director Winston and Professor Sadi were connected to the 47 people incident, the worst event in the Empire's history. 1 week after the Vault incident, the capital city of Vanikor was alive with noise and movement. Colosseo Academy was hosting a parent-student lesson, drawing in the Empire's elite, along with members of the 7 great families and countless nobles. Even so, the thing that drew the most attention was not the gathering itself, but the final ranking match, the grand finale of the exams that was about to unfold inside the massive Colosseum. A large board displayed the tournament bracket for all to see. Among the key first-year participants were tutor Don Quixote and Bianca Fo Usher from the Ice Corps, and Grunola de Leviathan and Sinclair from the Fire Corps. In the third-year Fire Corps, Dolores was set to compete beside a stern-looking male student. Standing among the crowd in plain clothes, glasses on and backpack over his shoulder, Vikir blended in like any ordinary student. Yet his attention was fixed on one person alone. Behind the lenses, his red eyes stayed locked on Sinclair. Seeing her there brought back the conversation they had shared on the rooftop the night before. Sinclair had apologized for being persistent and told him there was one last thing she needed to ask. She reminded him that he had said he could not accept her confession right now, then asked him a question filled with fragile hope. If he reached his goals one day, if the road he was walking finally came to an end, would he then be free to consider her feelings? The question had caught Vikir completely off guard. Looking up at the star-filled sky, he realized he had never once allowed himself to imagine such a future. His life had been consumed by revenge for so long that he had never thought beyond it. Still, after a pause, he admitted that if he ever did fulfill those distant and brutal goals, then perhaps she was right. Perhaps then he would have some freedom left to call his own. That answer was enough for Sinclair. A new resolve settled into her expression as she told him that was fine. Her feelings belonged to her, and she intended to wait for him, even if he told her not to. Vikir watched as she started to walk away, but before she could leave, he stopped her. He told her not to throw away everything she had worked for, and insisted that her efforts still had value. The words struck her deeply. She stood beneath the moon with tears streaming down her face, then looked up with a grateful smile and thanked him. Back in the present, Vikyr watched Sinclair's name on the tournament board and understood what she had decided. Before leaving the academy and stepping onto a new path of her own, she intended to win. The thought tightened something inside him, because he knew his own time at the academy was running short as well. His mind turned toward the dark future waiting ahead. In an old memoir, he had once read of a disaster called the Colosseo tragedy, one of the last great catastrophes before the time of the fall, the apocalyptic era that reminded the world of the true scale of the demonic threat. Counting the months in his head, he knew it would happen in roughly half a year. His course was already decided. Once he finished what remained here, he would leave the academy and prepare for what was coming. As Vikyr stood there in thought, a fierce red light glimmered in his eyes. The road before him led toward a place of suffering and trial, the world's worst prison, Nouvel Vague. The image of that dark and menacing place rose in his mind and only hardened his resolve. Back inside the Colosseum, the excitement of the crowd swelled as announcer's voice rang across the arena. The final matches were about to begin. The first bout was called, and tutor Don Quixote, a first-year student from the Ice Corps, entered the field carrying a glowing blue shield and a spear. His opponent was Bianca Faux Osher, another first-year from the Ice Corps, armed with a bow and protected by a similar energy shield. The moment they appeared, the stands came alive. From one section, a huge man in golden armor bellowed loud enough to shake the air. He screamed at Tutor that the honor of their family was on the line and warned him not to return home if he lost. It was Cervantes' Don Quixote, patriarch of the Azure Spearman family. Not far from him sat another man with long dark hair and his arms folded across his chest, looking openly annoyed by all the noise. This was Roderick Usher, patriarch of the mystical Archer family. In a far calmer tone, though less sharp, he told Bianca to teach that ill-mannered household a lesson. Tudor turned to Bianca and apologized in advance, saying he would have to crush her because his father was watching. Bianca did not even blink. She shot back that her father was watching too, so she had no intention of holding back. Tudor looked offended and demanded to know how she could claim that when he had ranked above her in the midterms. Bianca called him an idiot and coolly explained that she had let him finish higher because she knew he would whine all day if he lost. In an instant, the two rivals were glaring at each other with open fury, trading insults and daring one another not to complain about the result. Their bickering climbed higher and higher until both of them erupted with power, their bodies blazing with aura as they prepared to fight. Watching from the stands, Granola de Leviathan clicked his tongue in disgust. To him, it was embarrassing that members of great families could act with so little class. Then he turned towards Sinclair, who was seated beside him, and called her a commoner as he boldly declared that the top position in the Fire Corps would be his. There was no way, he insisted, that he could allow a commoner to take that honor, let alone become the interim student council president. Behind the smugness on his face, Granola congratulated himself. This, he thought, was the perfect push-and-pull tactic. If he framed them as rivals, surely she would start paying attention to him. Sinclair did not even look impressed. After a long pause, she calmly told him that his behavior was childish and rose from her seat as if that was the end of the matter. Granola stared at her in confusion, unable to process the dismissal. And when she repeated the same judgment with that same cool expression, all the confidence drained out of him. He shrank down and muttered a meek apology. Elsewhere, on the academy grounds, Dolores sat alone on a park bench with a sigh caught in her chest. Her thoughts would not leave Sinclair alone. Again and again, her mind drifted back to the vault, to the moment when a furious Sinclair shoved her away, and to everything that came after. Dolores had tried more than once to speak to her since that day, but Sinclair had kept avoiding her. She did not know how she could ever explain the truth of what happened that night, or whether any explanation would even matter anymore. While she sat there wrestling with that helplessness, someone approached from a distance. It was Vicar. At once, an idea formed in Dolores's mind. She had seen how close he and Sinclair seemed to be, and in her desperation, she wondered if asking Vicar for help might give her one last chance to speak with her friend. It was an underhanded thought, and she knew it, but she felt cornered enough to consider it anyway. Just as she was about to call out to him, a small girl rushed past her with a bright cry full of joy. "Daddy, Vicar!" Before Vicar could react, Pomeranian La Baskerville threw herself at him and hugged him tightly, happily declaring how much she had missed her daddy. The effect on the crowd was immediate. Whispers spread like sparks through dry grass as people turned and stared. Some asked if a little girl had really just called a student daddy. Others muttered that the two of them looked strangely alike. An older man with a mustache narrowed his eyes at Vicar in open suspicion. The scandal of it was so absurd that Vicar did the only thing he could think of. He grabbed Pomeranian and fled. Nearby, an aristocratic couple watched the scene with total disbelief and commented that it looked as though one child had somehow given birth to another. Yet no one was struck harder than Dolores. The sight stole the strength from her legs, and she sank to her knees in the park, staring after them with a face frozen in pure shock. All she could manage was one disbelieving word. "Daddy?" Vicar kept moving until he reached a quieter stretch of the academy grounds near the enormous ice-covered Colosseum. Only then did he finally slow down and let out a tired sigh of relief. Pomeranian, still riding happily on his back, squealed with delight and declared that running that fast had been fun. She immediately asked her uncle to do it again. Vicar set her down and crouched slightly so he could speak to her more seriously. He explained that if she made jokes like calling him daddy in public, she would put her uncle in a very difficult position. His tone was not harsh, but it was serious enough that Pomeranian's eyes filled with tears almost at once. She asked timidly whether he was angry and hurried to promise that she would never do it again. That softened him immediately. Vicar told her he was not angry, only dealing with a few things, and gently patted her on the head until her smile returned. Then he asked why she was alone. She was supposed to be with Osiris, so where had he gone? Pomeranian answered with complete innocence. Her big uncle had gone to collect their bracelets. While she was waiting, she started playing hide-and-seek with the guards, but then she grew impatient because she wanted to see Vicar and slipped in on her own. Hearing that, Vicar could easily picture the rest. Hugo had probably been worn down by one of her tantrums and forced into letting her come in the first place. And now, Osiris was the one left to deal with the aftermath. If the family had to report her missing, the trouble would only grow. Pomeranian, meanwhile, looked up at him with no understanding at all of the chaos she had caused. Vicar decided the only sensible thing to do was fix it himself. He told Pomeranian they would go find her big uncle, and after taking her hand, he started walking with her across the grounds. Then, all at once, he stopped. The sudden halt made Pomeranian look up in confusion and ask what was wrong, but Vicar was too startled to answer immediately. His eyes widened, and a cold bead of sweat slid down his face. Someone had approached him from behind without him sensing it at all. Standing there was an old woman in a white hooded robe. She leaned on a walking stick and held a small bucket in one hand. In a quiet voice, she simply said that she was thirsty. Vicar turned to face her fully, still shaken by how completely she had hidden her presence. As the old woman repeated her request, his gaze moved over her wrinkled face and glasses, and then the truth hit him. He knew who she was. This was the Pope of the Lawn Church and the matriarch of the powerful Quo Vadis family, Nabokothii. Quo Vadis. At more than 200 years old, she had lived since before the empire's unification, and was known as one of the last traditionalist saintesses. Why would someone of that stature be here at the academy? Worse, the situation should have been impossible. In his original timeline, he had only known her through history books, because by this point she was supposed to be dead. The records said she had been poisoned by someone on the inside, and that the attempt succeeded precisely because her own power had made her vulnerable. Looking at the living Pope standing before him now, Vicyr understood with sudden clarity that history had changed again. He could not help wondering whether his actions since returning to the past had somehow caused her survival. For the briefest moment, hope stirred in him. Someone with power like hers could become a tremendous force for humanity's future. The next instant, her bucket swung through the air and smacked him cleanly on the head. The Pope's face twisted with senile irritation as she shouted at the boy to bring her water. Annoyed and instantly disillusioned, Vicyr remembered Dolores once saying that the Pope suffered from dementia. It seemed Dolores had not been exaggerating. In her current state, the Pope looked as though she would be of no help at all. And yet, despite that conclusion, one thought kept bothering him. The presence he had felt when she first arrived had been far too sharp and imposing to match the old woman now shouting about water. The commotion soon drew attention. Pomeranian puffed up and angrily defended her uncle, while Dolores came running toward them in a panic. She looked exhausted and out of breath, but relieved that she had finally found the Pope. Catching her breath, Dolores asked with concern where her attendant, Sir Peter, was and why she had wandered off alone. The Pope ignored the question completely and repeated that she wanted water. Dolores blinked in confusion. Was she thirsty? Vicyr pointed toward a nearby well and said she could drink from there. But the Pope stubbornly held up the bucket in her hand and insisted they use that instead. The problem became obvious the moment they looked at it. There was a huge hole in the bottom. Peering through it, Pomeranian stated the simple truth. If they filled it with water, everything would leak right back out. The Pope studied the broken bucket for a moment and let out a thoughtful hum. Then, in a move that baffled everyone, she tossed the bucket straight into the well. As it sank, she declared with complete satisfaction that now it would not leak anymore. The mood around her shifted almost immediately. The senile irritation faded, and what remained in its place was a strange, clear-minded calm. Turning toward Vicyr and Dolores, she said that all things were best in their natural form. If a floor had cracks or holes, she said, one should simply leave them be. Holes did not always need to be filled directly. Sometimes they could be enveloped by something greater, just as the water in the well surrounded the broken bucket. Then, reaching out gently, she touched Dolores on the cheek and told her not to force herself to fill every emptiness by hand. Some voids, she said, should simply be allowed to settle in their own time. The quiet advice struck Dolores deeply. Vicyr, however, was unmoved by the philosophy. He cut in at once and pointed out the practical flaw. Even if the bucket was surrounded by water, they still could not use it to drink. The Pope looked at him with curiosity. From inside Vicyr's collar, a small spider crawled out. He looked at baby Madame and told her to act. At the command, she spat a thick strand of web that sealed the large hole in the bucket completely. With the damage patched, Vicyr lowered the bucket into the well, drew up clean water with ease, and then held the full bucket out to the Pope. Calmly, almost challengingly, he laid out the problem in plain terms. She was thirsty. Water was available. The bucket had a hole. In that case, should a person not do everything possible to get the water they needed? Pomeranian's eyes sparkled at once, and she asked if he had just used magic. Dolores, equally stunned, could only stare and stammer his name. The Pope said nothing. Instead, the clouded look in her face vanished, and a sharp, holy light rose in her eyes as she studied Vicyr in silence. Before the moment could stretch any further, a man in priestly robes came running toward them, calling desperately for the Pope. It was Sir Peter, her attendant. Breathless but visibly relieved, he explained that he had been worried sick after she disappeared and thanked Dolores for staying with her. With Sir Peter there, the strange test seemed to end. The Pope's voice was clear now, steady and wise as she told Vicyr that his method was valid. A knowing smile touched her lips as she described the path he walked, one of never giving up and always finding a way forward, no matter the obstacle. Then she told him that this was the kind of life he was destined to live. Vicyr did not answer. He only stood there and listened, his expression unreadable. After giving her message, the Pope turned and told Sir Peter it was time to go. The attendant hurried after her at once, but after a few steps, She paused and looked back at Vikir. With a peaceful smile, she thanked him simply and sincerely, then added that because of him, she could now leave in peace. After that, she walked away with Sir Peter, leaving behind a strange quiet and even stranger questions. Vicar, Dolores, and Pomeranian remained in the courtyard with the repaired bucket, all three of them trying to make sense of what had just happened. Once the Pope was gone, Dolores nervously told Vicar not to take her words too seriously and explained that she had not been herself for a long time. Holding the bucket, Vicar only replied that it was fine, since all that effort had made him thirsty. Then Dolores's expression changed. Hesitating, she admitted that she had overheard what the little girl said earlier. Gathering her courage, she asked Vicar if he was really Pomeranian's daddy. The timing could not have been worse. Just as Vicar was about to drink, he choked and spat the water out in surprise. Dolores and Pomeranian rushed toward him, and between coughs, he quickly explained that Pomeranian was not his daughter at all. She was only an acquaintance's younger sister, and the whole thing had been a joke. Dolores gave an awkward laugh and claimed she was only double-checking, but inwardly she felt an enormous sense of relief. That reaction earned her an irritated glare from Pomeranian, who puffed out her cheeks in protest and left Dolores wondering why the child suddenly seemed so offended. Still coughing, Vicar asked Dolores whether that ridiculous daddy question was the reason she had been looking for him. Dolores denied it at once, but admitted there was a favor she wanted to ask. Before she could explain what it was, an announcement rang out across the grounds. The second-year winner had been decided, and the third-year final match was about to begin. All participants were ordered to head to the arena immediately. Dolores panicked. Realizing her own match was next, she hurriedly apologized and said they would have to talk later. Vicar answered calmly that he was heading that way too, so they could go together. At the entrance of Coliseo Academy, two new figures arrived. They were both young women, one with blue and pink hair and the other with red hair, and both carried themselves with complete confidence. The girl with the multicolored hair swept her gaze across the area and asked with firm determination a single question. Where is he? Inside the colossal stadium, beneath the hexagonal magic barrier that rose all the way into the sky. The final match for the third-year Ice Corps reached its last moments. Down in the arena, Dolores and her opponent, a student named Galat, stood on the edge of exhaustion, both of them panting after a brutal fight. Galat's face was twisted by disbelief and confusion. Trembling as he gathered the last scraps of strength left in his body, he insisted that he, a fourth circle mage acknowledged by every professor, could never lose to Dolores and her divine magic. But before he could finish, his strength abandoned him completely. He collapsed to the ground and fainted where he fell. Dolores could only stare in surprise for a brief moment as her opponent went down. Then her hand tightened into a fist. At the end of the fierce battle, she stood as the victor of the third-year Ice Corps. The crowd inside the stadium erupted at once, cheering and calling her name from every side. Not long after that, the loudspeakers announced that the final event, the closing ceremony, would begin soon and asked all students and guests to take their seats. At the podium, Vice Principal Vinci Morb stepped forward and introduced himself as the host for the ceremony. Standing before the full student body, Vinci began by telling the students of Coliseo Academy that he addressed them with love and respect. The reaction in the stands was immediate and not at all convinced. One student questioned whether he could possibly be sincere. Another dismissed the idea of love coming from him with open sarcasm. A third expected the same old lecture as always, because everyone believed he hated students. Vinci surprised them by acknowledging that belief without hesitation. He openly admitted that he knew they did not like him and found him irritating. Then he explained that his harshness had always been deliberate. He had treated them that way because he wanted to prepare them for the grueling road that awaited them beyond the safety of the academy. His goal, he said, had been to give them the wisdom and strength needed to endure hardship and overcome adversity. But then his voice shifted. He said that perspective had changed after meeting a certain student, an encounter that made him realize many things he had failed to see before. In his mind, several memories of Vicar rose one after another. He remembered Vikyr standing up to Professor Sadi for the sake of students who could not afford their tuition. He remembered his own panic and fury when Vikyr was trapped during the exam, shouting for the gate to be opened. Through those memories, Vinci confessed that he, a professor, had learned something valuable. What a student truly needs, he said, can only come from another student. When he returned to the present, he offered his sincere thanks to that unnamed student. His tone softened further as he gave a heartfelt prayer for the future of everyone gathered there. He hoped that every headwind that pushed them back would one day turn into a tailwind that carried them forward. He wished for the sun to shine warmly on them, and for a rainbow to appear even when rain came. He hoped that the sad days they would inevitably face would become the days that helped them grow, perhaps even more than the happy ones ever could. From the crowd, Sinclair listened with a somber and thoughtful expression, his words clearly reaching her. Vinci continued, saying that above all else, he prayed their lives would be filled with love, peace, hope, and accomplishment. Then he concluded by telling them they had done well over the past year and thanked them. As a final gesture of respect, he lowered himself into a deep bow before the entire student body. The effect of the speech was immediate. In the wake of Vice Principal Vinci Morg's unexpectedly moving words, the students in the stands were swept up by emotion. PG, Tudor, and Sancho were openly crying. PG blurted out his shock that Professor Vinci was even capable of speaking so warmly, while Tudor joked that someone else must have written the speech for him. Sancho, trying and failing to maintain his dignity, muttered that warriors did not cry. Beside them, Bianca stayed silent and unimpressed, her expression alone telling them to calm down. Dolores was also visibly moved. Thoughtfully, she remarked that the professor clearly had a lot weighing on his mind. The girl seated next to her was crying hysterically and agreed at once, saying she was deeply touched. Then the crying girl turned to Dolores and asked whether she was the student Vinci had been referring to, since she had interacted with him the most. Surprised, Dolores quietly denied it and said she did not think it was her. Not far away, Vikyr listened from the crowd and pondered the same question. A bead of sweat slid down his face while one red eye glinted behind his glasses. Dolores, meanwhile, found herself wondering in silence who it was that had managed to open the stubborn professor's eyes. As Vinci stepped away from the podium, Headmaster Winston intercepted him and patted him on the shoulder, congratulating him on both the good work and the touching speech. Vinci flinched away from the praise, his face unreadable. Winston watched him leave with a thoughtful expression before stepping onto the stage himself. When Winston reached the microphone, he began with a light introduction and joked that the vice principal had given such a fine speech that it was difficult to follow. He said he should have prepared something better, and for a moment it sounded as though he would settle for the usual advice about doing their best in every moment. But his tone soon changed. It became personal and much more serious. Winston revealed that he had spent the past several months away from the academy in search of peace after his health declined because of a chronic illness known as mana overload. Only after losing his health, he said, had he truly come to understand how precious the present moment was. Then, with conviction in his voice, he told everyone there that no one ever truly knew when death would come. Not tomorrow. Not an hour from now. Not even in the next second. Because of that, he urged them to do their best in every single moment, since death was the one thing that remained fair to all people. At the end of his speech, Winston gave one final plea to the students who were about to begin their vacation. He begged them not to forget that life and time were precious. He urged them to live without regret, reminding them that they could die tomorrow, or even in the very next moment. Then his words were cut off in the most horrifying way possible. A huge purple tentacle, vicious and whip-like, suddenly shot forward and pierced straight through his chest. Blood sprayed into the air. Winston's eyes widened in absolute shock as life began to leave them. For a single instant, the entire stadium froze. The students could do nothing but stare, their faces drained by terror. Pidgey, Tudor, and Sancho were rooted in horror. Bianca, Dolores, and the crying girl beside her could only watch with wide, fearful eyes. Even Vikyr, who had foreseen countless disasters, was caught completely off guard by the sheer brutality of the attack. Winston coughed up a flood of blood as the purple tentacle lifted him into the air like he weighed nothing at all. Then, the attacker swung him violently and smashed him down onto the stone stage with monstrous force. The ground shattered on impact, and a massive crater tore open beneath him. Winston lay there broken and bleeding in the wreckage, still conscious, still able to feel everything, and suffering more than words could hold. A guttural scream of agony ripped from his throat. As that scream echoed through the chaos, a dark figure dropped down near his broken body. The attack had only just begun. Near the shattered stage, Winston's ornate sword lay abandoned among the debris. A shadow in high heels approached it and bent to pick it up. The attacker was revealed at last. It was Ms. Ouroboros, her eyes shining with a menacing purple light from behind her strange mask. With a triumphant smile, she declared that she had finally obtained what she came for. The key, the Winter Sword, Orwell. The triumph lasted only a moment. An enraged Vinci Morgue screamed her name and swore that she would go no farther. He and several other professors drew their swords and rushed toward her at once, prepared to fight. Yet even as he charged, Vinci's face was filled with terror and disbelief. He stared at the fallen headmaster, horrified that a swordmaster as exceptional as Winston could be brought down so quickly, even by ambush. That terror soon changed into confusion, and from confusion into fury. On Ouroboros' wrist, Vinci spotted something horribly familiar. A green bracelet. The sight made everything click into place with sickening clarity. She must have disguised herself as a school official, using the bracelet to slip past their security and enter the arena. He cursed the failure that had made such an infiltration possible. Still, he forced himself to stand firm. Facing the assassin, Vinci shouted that even if her ambush had worked, she would never leave the academy alive. A glowing blue magic circle bloomed in his hand. He declared the Coliseo Academy was an institution that revered the pinnacle of martial arts. With power blazing in his eyes and 2 determined professors at his side, he proclaimed that in terms of sheer strength, they were practically an army, and that she had no chance of defeating all of them alone. Ms. Ouroboros answered with a horrifying, jagged grin. Then, in a voice cold enough to freeze the moment itself, she asked Vinci a simple question. Had she ever actually said she was alone? Vinci froze. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he stared at her in confusion, unable to understand what she meant. Then something struck the arena's defenses. The massive hexagonal magic barrier above the stadium shattered all at once, breaking into countless fragments of blue light. Vinci looked up helplessly as the protective wall came apart overhead. Around him, the crowd finally broke into full panic, and screams burst from every corner of the arena. At the center of it all, the assassin laughed. She covered part of her face with one hand and admitted with manic delight that she absolutely loved the sound of their terror. Then the change began. Her hair shifted in color, turning from white into a vivid purple. Slowly, she pulled the blindfold-like mask away from her face while Vinci watched. He stood completely still, his face locked in total shock as recognition hit him. The assassin's true identity was Professor Sadi. She stared at him with a crazed expression, one glowing purple eye fixed on him while her tongue slipped out in a grotesque, mocking gesture. And then, with terrifying casualness, she addressed her colleague by name. Vinci stared at the woman before him in total disbelief. Sweat rolled down his face as the betrayal refused to make sense in his mind. At last, he managed to force out the question, asking whether she was truly Professor Sadi, standing there with that frightening grin and that glowing purple eye. She gave him no answer, but her silence alone confirmed his worst fear. Then heavy figures emerged from the dust behind her. They were monstrous men with blue crystals embedded throughout their bodies, and every one of them looked at Sadi with feverish devotion. One of them reported that he had destroyed the mana barrier just as ordered. The others, in a far stranger display, begged her to punish them, strike them, and step on them, calling her their queen as though the madness itself delighted them. Vinci looked from one grotesque figure to the next and demanded to know who they were. Saudi lowered her gaze to him with a twisted smile and revealed that they were wanted criminals. She had been secretly training them for this exact day. At once, a sickening realization hit him. All the missed investigations, the drunken behavior, the missing details in her reports, none of it had been incompetence. It had all been a disguise, a lie she maintained while building this private army in secret. The criminals flushed with excitement and asked for their next order. Saudi's smile only widened. Pointing her weapon ahead, she told them to spread out and trigger everything. The crystal-embedded criminals obeyed immediately, leaping away in every direction within human speed. Vinci and the professors behind him could do nothing but stare as the reality of the situation fully settled in. Then the explosions came. After the blast, Vinci Mord barely managed to raise a blue barrier in time to protect the surviving students. Even so, the damage was terrible. The stone floor was strewn with students caught in the attack, and blood marked the ground around them. Straining to keep the barrier standing, Vinci shouted at Sadie and demanded to know why she was doing something so monstrous. Sadie stood calmly amid the dust and debris and answered with nothing more than a smile. In a mocking tone, she complimented him, saying that he really was an academy professor for a reason if he could survive an explosion like that. Vinci glared at her and shot back, asking whether she had always been insane or whether she had only recently lost her mind. Then another thought struck him, and he asked if all of this had something to do with the incident of the 47 families, the old disaster that had ruined her house. Saudi looked genuinely impressed that he knew her family history at all. She praised the old man for having such absurdly good intelligence, and asked whether he thought she was doing this to avenge her family. Vinci shouted back that the 47 families incident was nothing more than a rebellion led by fools, blinded by power. Sadie's expression went cold at once. She said she was sure that was how he saw it. But standing over the wreckage she had created, she told him he was nowhere near the truth. She began to recount the history from 35 years ago. Shortly after the empire was united, 47 family heads launched an assault on the palace and slaughtered countless people in what became known as the Incident of the 47 Families. The rebellion ended in disaster for the rebels. 46 of the leaders were executed on the spot. According to Sadi, only one survived, the head of the Sadi family, her grandfather, who was arrested and thrown into Nouveau Village. Raising one finger, Sadi said that while the rebellion was publicly described as a move to seize the throne, that had never been the true reason for it. Vinci listened in tense silence as she continued. She revealed that the imperial family feared other houses might join the uprising, so they buried the real motive from the public. Then she bent down, grabbed the unconscious Winston by the hair, and yanked his head upward. With a savage glare, she declared that the real goal of the rebellion had been to restore an age in which only the strong survived. The return of the warring states, period. Vinci stared at her in confusion and repeated the phrase as though hearing it could somehow make it rational. Sadi went on to explain that after unification and peace, strength was no longer treated as the highest law of justice and power. Society, she said with open disgust, had come to accept the idea that even the weak could rise high and overcome the strong through effort alone. That was the reality the 47 families could not endure. Her voice sharpened as she painted a dark vision of peace. In her view, peace turned people into livestock. Those who lost their strength became nothing but targets to be used, discarded like trash wearing human skin. Vinci, unable to accept the madness in front of him, called her insane and demanded to know whether she had really killed Winston over such a twisted belief. He reminded her that during the 47 families incident, Winston had stepped in to protect her from punishment for the crimes of her bloodline. He reminded her that Winston had even sponsored her so she could become a professor. Then he shouted the question she could no longer avoid. How could she repay the kindness shown to a girl who lost everything with betrayal like this? Sadi stood there in silence for only a breath, still gripping Winston's head while Vinci's words crashed into her. Then her expression twisted into fury. Gritting her teeth, she snapped at him to shut up, her eye burning with purple rage. She screamed that this scumbag was the very man who arrested her grandfather. She revealed that Winston's mana congestion had not come from nowheres. He suffered from it because he had been injured while fighting her grandfather all those years ago. With careless contempt, she tossed Winston's limp body back onto the broken ground. Then, in a cold voice, she added that beyond her personal revenge, Winston also had to die because he was the face of the academy. Turning her disgust back on Vinci, she mocked his earlier claim that the school revered the highest peak of martial arts. Her mouth curled into a sneer as she declared that his statement was complete. Her gaze shifted to the golden emblem of Colosseo Academy. She spat out what she truly thought of it. To her, this place was nothing more than a trash heap that locked martial arts away. It existed, she said, only to tame real warriors by luring them in with promises of government positions and comfortable success, turning them into obedient tools of the system. As violent purple energy began surging around her body, she declared that the current order was rotten to its core. In her brutal view, the strong alone should stand as symbols of power, and everyone else should be erased. She vowed that she herself would become that disaster. Gripping her whip, Sadie warned them not to whine about the fate waiting for them. She would force them to accept this new, violent reality with their own lives. Then, with a deafening roar, she unleashed her full power. Purple energy stormed around her alongside the crystal monsters, and she screamed that she would become a natural disaster. Her rampage ended before it could truly begin. A massive beam of blinding red light carved across the battlefield and crashed into the ground with overwhelming force. The strike erupted in a violent explosion that shattered the stone floor and sent fragments flying in every direction. Sadie froze where she stood, her arrogance vanishing in an instant as shock overtook her face. From the dust and the fading red glow, a new figure emerged. Standing calmly over the broken bodies of Sadie's crystal minions was a man in a sharp suit, a sword resting in his hand. It was Osiris. He fixed Sadie with a cold stare, and for the first time, the crystal-embedded criminals showed real fear. Looking toward the sudden reinforcements in panic, they could not understand where fighters of this level had come from. Even so, they tried to pull themselves together. They shouted that they still had the numbers, and that a single swordsman could never defeat them all. Two of the monsters lunged through the air toward Osiris, intending to overwhelm him from above. They never reached him. Powerful shots tore through the air first. One was blasted away by force, and the other took a direct hit to the head before either could get close. The ones who fired soon revealed themselves from a distance. It was Cervantes Don Quixote, patriarch of the Azure Spearman family, and Roderick Usher, patriarch of the mystical Archer family. Watching the scene unfold, Cervantes let out an impressed grin and remarked that Osiris, the young lord of the Baskerville family, had reached a remarkable level of skill for someone his age. Roderick, unwilling to be outdone by a younger man, and equally determined to protect the children of his own house, agreed that they could not let the next generation surpass them just yet. Both patriarchs raised their weapons and prepared to enter the fight. With his flanks now covered, Osiris turned toward his brothers, the Baskerville triplets. He ordered them to take Pomeranian and get her to the safe zone at once. The three shouted their agreement and ran, carrying the child away from the battlefield. Freed from that concern, Osiris stepped toward the remaining enemies without hesitation. His eyes burned with killing intent as he declared that he would cut down anyone who stood in his way. Mana gathered into his blade, and then he unleashed the devastating sixth technique of the Baskerville family. He moved faster than the eye could follow, slicing a massive star-shaped path through the enemy ranks. The crystal monsters were cut apart before they could even react, unable to match either the speed or the precision of the strike. Vinci Mort stepped forward then and pointed out the truth of Sadie's failure. He told her that she was not fighting the Academy staff alone. She was facing the combined strength of the Empire's most powerful families. Then he asked whether she still did not understand one simple truth, that the power used to take from others would always be weaker than the power used to protect them. Sadie burst into laughter right in his face. His lecture about the power to protect amused her completely. With a deranged smile, She licked one finger and offered a chilling answer. All she had to do, she reasoned, was remove the things he wanted to protect. Once those were gone, his power would mean nothing. With a grin full of madness, she asked if she was not right. Her belief was proven nearby almost immediately. Within the rubble, a child was crying over the fallen body of her mother, screaming for her to wake up. Towering above them stood a massive crystal monster. The beast looked down at the pair and remarked that the mother was technically still alive. Then it asked the trembling girl what she planned to do now. In a voice full of cruel delight, it said that Queen Sadi had given a very simple command: kill all the weak. The child began to shake violently. Her eyes were wide with terror, and the denial in her voice barely formed into words. Trapped by fear and staring death in the face, she could only let out one final scream as the monster moved to strike. Standing amid the ruins, Professor Sadi laughed at Vinci Morgue as though the entire massacre were a private joke made for her amusement. She mocked his belief that power should be used to protect others and, with a cruel smile, argued that it was much simpler to erase anything that needed protection in the first place. Her command was being carried out nearby that very moment. A young girl wailed beside her bleeding mother while a massive crystal beast loomed over them both. The creature looked down at the pair, noted that the mother was still alive, and considered how best to finish the task. Remembering its queen's order to slaughter the weak, the monster spread a vicious grin as the child trembled in helpless terror. Then a spear burst through the monster's chest from behind. The attack stopped it instantly. The one holding the spear was Tudor. His eyes were wide with shock even as he brought the beast down, and when its body finally collapsed, he remained standing there, without moving. Behind him were Bianca, Sancho, and Piggy, but the weight of what had just happened hit him all at once. He began to sweat and shake, frozen by the realization that he had just taken a life. Bianca noticed his hesitation immediately. She grabbed him by the collar and shouted at him to pull himself together, reminding him that the little girl would have died if he had not acted. The heated moment did not last. Sancho called out with a grim face, and Piggy looked around in panic as Sancho warned them that they were in serious trouble. Only then did the full picture become clear. Tudor, Bianca, Sancho, and Piggy were completely surrounded by crystal monsters in the middle of the war-torn arena. Bianca turned toward the crying girl who was still begging for help, and gently stroked her head with a reassuring smile. Holding her bow, Bianca told her not to worry, and said the boys with her were much stronger than they looked. Standing beside Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy, she promised the child that somehow they would save both her and her mother. But the enemies were already moving. 2 more giant crystal beasts charged toward them, screaming for their deaths. Piggy shook with fear, clutching his blade as a huge hand came down toward him. Before it could land, a bright purple magic circle flared across the ground. Enormous dark spikes burst upward, impaling the charging monsters at once and sealing the students inside a star-shaped barrier. As the monsters collapsed, a voice mocked how pathetic they were. A young woman stepped calmly through the bodies. At her command, her small demon-like familiar, Seer, leaped down and began harvesting purple souls from the fallen monsters, following the movements of her staff with manic delight. But the young woman immediately pointed an accusing finger at the creature and scolded it. 5 enemies had died, she said, yet only 4 souls had been collected. She accused it of eating one and warned that if it refused to cooperate, she would banish it. Sancho, Tudor, Bianca, and Piggy could only stare at the bizarre scene in confusion. Piggy finally thanked her for saving them, while awkwardly admitting he had no idea who she was. The girl spun around with a bright smile, realizing she had not introduced herself yet. Casually pinning the squirming Seer between 2 magic circles to keep it quiet, she extended a hand and introduced herself as Camus Morgue, a new first-year transfer student. That revelation stunned the group almost as much as her magic. None of them had expected strangers to appear in the middle of a massacre, much less cheerful first-years, with enough power to turn the battlefield upside down. Before they could absorb it, Camus gestured to the red-haired girl beside her and introduced her as Rosie Morgue, explaining that she was also a first-year transfer. Sancho, Tudor, Bianca, and Piggy huddled together and whispered their suspicions. It made no sense for transfer students to arrive so close to the end of the term, yet the girls had undeniably just saved their lives. Their whispering ended with a snap of Camus's fingers. She said she understood why they were confused, but there was something more important she wanted to ask. Leaning slightly closer to the boys, she said she had a strong intuition that they might know where a certain person was. Tudor looked at her in confusion and asked who she meant. Camus's expression softened into a strange, delighted smile as she admitted she had been searching for him this whole time. Elsewhere, in a dark corridor strewn with defeated enemies, Camus finally named the man she was looking for, the killer. Meanwhile, Vicar was dealing with the chaos in his own way. He held a crystal-masked minion by the throat, squeezing until the creature struggled for breath and weakly cried out for its queen. Vicar watched it coldly. Behind his glasses, his red eyes glimmered as he stood among the corpses, thinking in silence and measuring his next move. Back at the center of the battlefield, Sadie stood over the defeated professors with her crystal legion awaiting orders. The scene around her looked less like an attack, and more like the aftermath of a nightmare she had wanted to create for a very long time. Looking down at Vincy Morgue, she mockingly asked whether she should show mercy out of respect for the past, before he ended up in even worse condition. There was no sincerity in it. With a cruel, haughty smile, she made it clear that she had never intended to negotiate in the first place. Vincy, bruised and drenched in sweat yet still standing, rejected her mockery outright. Grinding his teeth, he told her that he would rather die than surrender. Sadie looked delighted by that answer. Her purple eye widened with morbid pleasure as she accepted his wish and prepared to grant it. At her order, the crystal beasts roared and surged forward. They rushed at the defenseless professors in a wave, and one giant stone hand stretched out toward Vincy in the next instant, ready to crush the life out of him. Then a towering slash of crimson energy tore through the air and split the monster apart with a single blow. The Night Hound had arrived. Vincy stared in disbelief, and Sadie's face shifted from smug delight to open shock. The Night Hound stood before them with his plague doctor mask, hiding everything except the murderous red light in his eyes. He lifted one arm, pointed toward the side, and told the professors to run that way. There was a path out. Vincy was left completely baffled. He could not understand why a criminal would save them, especially when he had assumed the Night Hound was connected to Ouroboros. The Night Hound gave him no explanation. He only stood there with his back to them, blade glowing with deadly force, and warned them that if they did not disappear immediately, he would kill them all himself. That threat was enough to break their hesitation. The retreating professors shouted that the Night Hound was a monster, no different for Ouroboros and her side, and they urged everyone to flee at once. As Vincy retreated with the others, he glanced back and noticed something on the Night Hound's wrist. It was the bracelet. The sight struck him hard, and a sudden thought began to form. Could this be the very student he had been thinking about earlier? Facing the Night Hound, Sadie showed no fear at all. If anything, she looked thrilled. She declared that she had finally succeeded in meeting him, and with a flushed, unhinged excitement, she asked whether he understood how long she had waited for this moment. She assumed he was interested in the ancient era just as she was, that same age of war where strength ruled everything and only the strong survived. In her mind, he was the same as her. She insisted that she understood his true nature completely. Looking out over the carnage, Sadie claimed she could feel the same predatory aura in him that lived inside her. To her, the blood, the fear, and the broken bodies were not a warning. They were proof that the world was finally becoming honest again. But the Night Hound answered with flat disgust. He looked down at her and said he had no interest in indulging her repulsive fantasies. He was not interested in the slightest. His blunt rejection left her momentarily stunned. Then he told her she would pay for the slaughter she had caused. In the next instant, he leaped. With crimson light flashing in his eyes, the Night Hound drove a devastating kick into Sadi's hip. The force of the blow was enough to crack bone and send a violent shockwave through the ground, splintering the stone beneath them. When the dust began to settle, he stood over her broken form. Sadi lay sprawled across the shattered floor, coughing up blood, her body unable to bear the sheer power of the strike. As Vekker looked down at her, he noticed something strange. There was a faint demonic scent coming from her, and his gaze lingered on the peculiar orange eye glowing in her face. Even in that state, Sadi smiled. Reaching toward him with a trembling hand, she said she had known it all along, that he was the only person who could make her feel exhilarated. But her body gave out before she could say more. Her eyes lost focus, and she collapsed unconscious on the broken stone. Standing above her, the killer lowered his blade and concluded coldly that she was completely insane. With the immediate battle over, Vekker bent down and picked up a discarded weapon. It was the Winter Sword, or well, the personal blade of Headmaster Winston. He also recovered a powerful artifact, the impenetrable Holy Ring, and slipped it into his pocket. He could not help reflecting on the irony. In his original plans, he was only supposed to obtain this treasure 6 months later, around the time he intended to drop out, yet now it had fallen into his hands far too early. That premature gain did not comfort him in the slightest. If anything, it only made the unease inside him deepen, because rewards that came too early in this world rarely came without a cost. As he prepared to leave, a deep sense of dread ran through his body. In his previous life before returning to the past, he had never heard of any disaster involving Ouroboros. That alone told him something had changed badly. The timeline had shifted further than he expected, and the feeling that followed was simple and chilling. Something was wrong. Then he stopped. Behind the mask, his eyes widened in genuine shock as he stared down at the floor. There, in a pool of blood, lay the body of the man who should have been dead. Headmaster Winston still had the massive wound in his chest from where he had been impaled, but to Vekir's horror, Winston had not died. His eyes snapped open, a red light burned inside them, and the strange pupil fixed itself on Vekir with a terrifying, unnatural intensity. In the reflection of a broken shard of glass, a young boy cried in terror. That boy was Winston, long before he became the headmaster. He had been born into a wealthy family, one blessed with status, comfort, and deep devotion to the goddess Lon. In the family portrait, they stood with pride before an angel statue, every face turned toward faith, as if nothing in the world could ever shake it. Then the famine came. A dreadful red stained the sky, and the village. Hunger hollowed out the people first, then stripped away what little reason they had left. Unable to watch their neighbors starve, Winston's parents opened the gates of their estate. Following the teachings of God, they shared their food, their wealth, and everything else they could spare, asking for nothing in return. But kindness did not save them. The crowd that poured through the gates no longer looked like the same starving villagers from before. Their grief twisted into rage. Their desperation curdled into violence. They stormed the estate like rioters, trampling through the house, stealing, breaking, and destroying everything in sight. Young Winston screamed and reached out helplessly while the chaos swallowed his home whole. Right before his eyes, the people his family had tried to save took everything from him and slaughtered his family where they stood. Somewhere in the middle of that stampede, the boy collapsed and lost consciousness. He lay there while the destruction raged on around him, overlooked by the mob and somehow spared by pure chance. When he finally woke, a torn cloth had been wrapped around him. He stepped outside and saw his home reduced to ruin while flames devoured what remained of the mansion. The sight before him looked less like a home burning and more like hell itself. Standing before those flames, something changed inside him. Terrified and trembling, Winston heard a voice inside his head. It told him to deny 3 things. Deny God. Deny humans. Deny yourself. Looking into the fire, he made the first denial. After watching his family massacred, he could no longer trust God, and that wound remained buried in his heart long after the fire had gone cold. Time passed, and the boy eventually became a man. He kept himself guarded and distant, hiding from the rest of the world rather than living in it. But even that frozen heart began to shift when he met someone unexpected. A beautiful blonde woman approached him without fear, and through her, he slowly learned to believe in people again. For the first time since his childhood, he found his faith in human kindness beginning to return. Then history lurched into blood again. The empire was shaken by the coup of the 47 families, and Winston joined the effort to suppress the rebels. He helped capture them, and though he was injured in the fighting, he endured it because his wife remained at his side, offering him unwavering affection and care. In time, he rose high enough to become the headmaster of the academy. Later, hoping to ease the lingering pain left by those old war injuries, Winston set out on a sea voyage with his wife during a rare period of rest. But the sea offered him no peace. A violent storm descended on the ship with lightning and towering waves. The crew frantically threw cargo overboard to lighten the vessel, yet it continued to sink. In the middle of that panic, Winston came to a bitter realization. Sick, injured, and dependent on a crutch, he could do nothing to help. He was only weight, only a burden. The atmosphere on the deck turned ugly. The large sailors stopped looking at the cargo and began looking at him instead. As they moved closer, Winston turned to his wife. He wanted help, or at least fear, or any sign that she would stand with him. But the look in her eyes was not for his sake. She silently begged him to pretend he did not know her. She was choosing to save herself. When two sailors seized him, Winston understood immediately what would happen next. He did not beg. He did not struggle. His face remained empty as they dragged him across the deck and threw him overboard into the storm. He sank quickly into the dark sea below, too weak to resist, too wounded to save himself. And as the water swallowed him, that old voice returned once again. Deny God, deny humans, deny yourself. In that cold and watery grave, Winston made the second denial. He believed that should have been the end. But when he opened his eyes again, he was lying on a sandy shore with waves touching his feet. More shocking still, the old injury that had tormented him for years was simply gone. It had been healed completely. Even after being abandoned by God and betrayed by the woman he loved, Winston still found one reason to keep living. There was someone he had not given up on yet. He thought of Sadie. She was the child of a war criminal, the granddaughter of the man who had led the failed rebellion. Winston had personally stepped in to save her from execution. He protected her, took her in, and raised her as if she were his own child. Since he had no children of his own, he became the father she never had. He tried to guide her with God's teachings and with the same belief his wife once held, that human beings could still be kind. And in the end, that girl was the one who stabbed him through the chest with a demonic whip. Now Winston lay in a pool of his own blood, wondering when everything had gone wrong. In the last moments that still belonged to the human part of him, he asked himself whether he had been the problem all along, whether believing in God's love had been foolish, whether believing that humans could be kind had only led him here. As despair swallowed him, a filthy demonic tongue licked the wound in his chest, and the voice from his past returned for the third and final time. Deny God, deny humans, deny yourself. Winston's eyes snapped open. A sinister red light burned within them, etched with a demonic pattern. The night hound watched in silence as the man who should have been dead began to rise. Even he was caught off guard by the sight. As Winston stood, Vicar understood at once what this was. The third time. The final denial. Dark purple energy poured from the hole in Winston's chest. It twisted and gathered there, forming a grotesque glowing heart where his real one should have been. Betrayed by God and by humanity, Winston completed the 3 denials at last. His voice rang with a dark power as he declared that he had now denied himself as well. Then a violent burst of purple energy exploded from his body, sending a shockwave across the battlefield and forcing the night hound back. Vikir's eye narrowed immediately. He knew that energy. He knew that smell. It was the scent of a demon. But this was nothing like the weak demonic trace he had sensed from Sadi. This was dense, rancid, and overwhelming, a sickening stench of immense power. The Night Hound studied it carefully, wondering at first if this was the presence of an elite-class demon. Yet the deeper he looked, the stranger it became. The scent resembled what he had once sensed from Camus when she was connected to Seer, the eighth corpse, but it was not the same as an ordinary demon. There was something mixed into it, unmistakably human. That led him to a far more troubling conclusion. Winston's soul had fused with the demon. The contradiction gnawed at him immediately. Winston had never been able to identify demons before. He should not have been capable of this. Something about the entire situation was wrong. Vickard tightened his grip on his blade, but before he could think further, another voice cut into the battlefield. It was Dolores. She ran onto the shattered ground and called out to him as the Night Hound, only to quickly correct herself and call him Van instead, using the alias she knew. Breathing hard, she asked if he had come because of the explosion and how he had gotten there so quickly, but the questions died the moment she saw Winston. A bead of sweat slid down her face. She could only stare in disbelief, remembering with horror how she had seen Professor Sadi pierce his heart. Calmly, the Night Hound told her what little he understood. Winston appeared to have returned by making a contract with a demon. Dolores was stunned, and he continued by saying that Winston's original soul was likely still inside, forced to coexist with the demon itself. Before she could fully process that, the transformed Winston raised one hand. An invisible dark force lifted the unconscious body of Professor Sadi off the ground. Winston stared at her with two different eyes, one human gold, the other demonic red, and both were fixed on her with unbearable betrayal. His power tightened around her throat, choking her as she twisted in the air and struggled to breathe. Looking at the girl he had once raised like his own daughter, Winston asked one heartbroken question. "Sadi, how could you do this to me?" Pain filled his voice as he spoke. He told her that he had raised her with love and protected her like family. Then, unable to hold back the anguish any longer, he shouted and demanded to know why she had done this. Even while being strangled, Sadi only smiled. It was a twisted, contemptuous smile. She laughed at his words and told him he was speaking nonsense. Winston could not understand. His confusion showed plainly, and Sadi answered it with the hatred she had carried for years. Gasping for breath, she asked whether he had really believed that people would see her differently just because he adopted her. Her childhood, she said, had still been filled with contempt, abuse, and scorn because of the darkness attached to her family name. Bitterly, she said it would have been better if she had simply died with the rest of them back then. The words struck Winston like a blade, and Sadi was not finished. With a deranged grin, she delivered the final cruelty. She called him trash for involving himself with a demon, and mocked him for ever daring to speak about faith and love. His hypocrisy, she said, disgusted her. That was enough. Whatever humanity Winston still had left began to tear apart. One eye burned gold, the other red, and both of them were consumed by raw, violent fury. He released Sadi, letting her body crash down onto the broken stone. Then something beneath him began to rise. At first it was only a shape in the shadows. Then came two glowing red eyes, then a maw lined with crystal teeth. A monstrous demon climbed out from the darkness behind Winston, its entire presence radiating hatred for humankind. When its full body emerged, the battlefield itself seemed to shrink beneath it. Even the Night Hound was taken aback by the sudden surge in power. Dolores, however, was terrified. The creature landed with crushing force, shaking the ground hard enough to make the ruined field tremble beneath their feet. Then it fixed its gaze on them and spoke directly to Winston. It told him that he was the sort of person fated to be denied 3 times. It was Amdusius, the 5th elite corpse, one of the 10 corps, an S+, ranked disaster, the immortal enemy of humankind. And in the old language of magic, just as the name Belial meant worthless, this new monster carried a name that belonged to the same dreadful order of demons. A pair of bare feet moved through a blinding snowstorm. The woman walking through the white wasteland was Prophet Lon, a blonde figure whose face was hidden in shadow. She wore a dark cloak over a white dress, and heavy chains bound her hands as she walked steadily toward the execution grounds to meet her death. Behind her, 3 followers in white cloaks dropped to their knees in the freezing snow, crying as they reached out to her in desperation. Lon stopped and spoke to them with calm certainty. Just as the old scriptures said, when the shepherd was struck, the sheep would scatter. She warned them that every one of them would eventually abandon her. One young disciple, the boy destined to become the future pope, clutched his chest and swore that even if everyone else left her side, he never would. Lon answered him with a quiet warning. Before the rooster crowed in the morning, he would deny knowing 3 times. Then the execution began. Heavy spears drove into Prophet Lon again and again. She died bound to a great wooden cross in the snow, her body pierced through while armored guards stood watch over the scene. The young disciple could only stare up at her, frozen in horror, his body too weak to move and his mind too shattered to understand what he was seeing. Then 2 armored executioners turned toward him. They crossed their spears in front of his face and demanded to know whether he knew the sinner hanging on the cross. Terrified by the blade so close to him, the boy broke into sweat and quickly denied knowing her. He turned away at once, hugging himself as he shrank back in fear. But a servant girl pointed straight at him. She told the guard she remembered him well, always begging the sinner for lessons and running errands for her. Panicking, the young disciple denied it again and swore he had no idea who the woman was. Soon more armed guards gathered around him, pressing in while claiming that his accent alone proved he was one of her followers. Overwhelmed by fear, the boy collapsed to his knees in the snow. Tears poured down his face as he cursed, shouted, and desperately swore that he did not know her. Beneath the prophet's bloody body, he screamed his third denial into the cold air. At that exact moment, a rooster crowed, and Lon's prophecy was fulfilled. Back in the present, inside the ruined stadium, Dolores and Vikir, still disguised as the Night Hound, stood before a monstrous demon. This was the same creature that destroyed the Academy and caused the Coliseo tragedy in the original timeline. Its name was Amdusias, the 5th demon king among the 10 courses, an immortal disaster and the natural enemy of humanity, a being whose name, worthless. Amdusias turned its glowing red eye toward Vikir. Catching the thick scent of demon blood on him, the beast pointed a clawed finger in his direction and asked whether he was the Night Hound who had killed its comrades. It sounded almost amused to find him here. Behind his mask, Vikir glared back in silence. In that moment, Vikir realized the foul smell clinging to Headmaster Winston had actually been the scent of Amdusias. Memories from his past life rose at once, and with them came another grim realization. Amdusias was supposed to appear 6 months later than this. Even so, Vikir knew there was no time to stand there questioning how far the timeline had changed. Red energy surged through his sword as he stepped in front of Dolores and took a protective stance. He intended to stop the demon before it could fully use its power. With his glowing red eye sharpened in focus, Vikir examined the enemy closely and saw the point where Headmaster Winston's soul and Amdusiasal's had fused together, just like what he had once seen with Camus and Cyr. Then he moved first. Vikir rushed forward with his blade blazing red and unleashed the 7th technique of the Baskerville family. As he closed the distance, Amdusias thought that a weaker version of itself might have died to a strike like this. But the massive demon only drew back one arm, blue energy surging through its fist. The counterattack came so quickly that it caught Vikir completely off guard. Amdusias punched. A thick beam of blue energy exploded from its strike and blasted Vikir backward. Blood spilled from his mouth as the force hurled him into a stone wall. He crashed into the rubble hard, then slumped there while the demon advanced, telling him coldly that his strength was no longer enough. Grinning with crystal-like teeth, Amdusias mocked him and said that power like his would no longer work against it. Then it leaped high into the air to finish him. The demon brought its fist down in a crushing strike, but even then Vikir's expression remained calm behind the mask. Just before the blow could land, a red magical barrier covered in glowing runes appeared in front of him. At the same time, a familiar voice asked whether it was too late. The barrier was Decarabia. The living pendant had arrived, and Vikir answered calmly that it had come just in time. Amdusias recognized it at once. It mocked Decarabia as the seventh corpse and sneered, asking where all its power had gone and why it was now acting like an obedient dog serving humans. Staring back with its single eye, Decarabia answered that Amdusias was just as sarcastic as ever. Blue power swirled around the demon. Decarabia sensed something more inside that aura, and questioned whether the power of the Marquis of Disharmony was mixed into it. Not far away, Dolores stood among the rubble, stunned by everything happening around her. In a low voice, she called out to Vikir by his alias, Sir Van. Realizing she had been separated from him, fear flickered across her face, but it did not hold there for long. That fear hardened into resolve. She decided she could not simply stand and watch. Dolores turned toward Headmaster Winston and stared at the glowing purple demon heart embedded in his chest. Stepping toward him, she said he was no longer the professor she once knew. She asked what kind of lies the demon had whispered to manipulate him. Clenching her fist, she declared that demons were pure evil and the opposite of justice. As she drew closer, Dolores pleaded with him. Demons wanted only the destruction of humanity, and if he truly had anything left of himself, then he needed to break the contract before the world was dragged into ruin. Winston looked over his shoulder at her, revealing one human eye and one red demonic eye. His answer was cold and immediate. His world, he said, had already become a wasteland long before he ever met the monster behind him. Amdusias loomed over him like a shadow given flesh. Winston told Dolores that the demon was the only one who had understood his pain and shown him a path forward. With those mismatched eyes fixed on her, he said the ideas of evil demons and good humans meant nothing to him anymore. Clutching at his own chest, he argued that the opposite of justice was not evil. It was simply another kind of justice. And the justice he desired was the downfall of humanity. Then Winston addressed her by her full name. Dolores L. Quivadis. He reminded her of the darkness in her own bloodline, and said she was descended from the disciple who had survived by denying God 3 times. Winston asked why someone from that bloodline would still choose to protect humanity after seeing how low humans could fall. Dolores did not retreat. She shouted back that even in the middle of despair, humans still had the power to believe and still had the power to choose the best path forward. Winston dismissed the answer at once and asked what value there was in such blind faith. Then he pointed toward the unconscious Professor Sadi lying nearby. He asked Dolores whether she also believed that the woman who ruined the academy and tried to kill him had chosen the best path. That question left Dolores silent. Turning away from her, Winston continued his cruel lesson. With dark power, he lifted a battered man into the air. Blue crystals jutted out from the man's body, twisting him into something monstrous. Winston asked her what she thought of a criminal like this. Then he slammed the man into the stone floor with enough force to shatter the ground beneath him. Dolores covered her mouth in horror. Winston pressed the point further and asked whether she still believed that even this man could walk the right path. As the dust settled, the injured figure forced himself weakly onto his knees. Brown hair, a goatee, and blue crystals piercing through his flesh. The moment Dolores saw his face, her breath caught. In disbelief, she recognized the monster before her as her own father. Beaker stared as Decarabia, the living shield, questioned how Amdusias could be emitting the distinct energy of the Marquis of Discord. The moment he heard that name, shock crossed his face. He could hardly believe the demon truly possessed that power. Then a giant face made of blue energy formed in the air, and Decarabia confirmed what it sensed. That overwhelming force belonged to the first corpse, Andros, the leader of the 9 demon lords. Amdusias answered with open fury. Because Vikir had ruined their plans and hunted their kind without mercy, the remaining demon kings, it said, had been forced to throw away their pride. In the end, they had no choice but to beg Andros for a fragment of his power. Blue energy gathered around the demon's clenched fist, as it declared that even a tiny portion of Andros's strength was enough to turn the hunter into prey. The next instant, the fight exploded. Shockwaves ripped through the arena as Vikir's red aura collided again and again with Amdusias's blue lightning. The demon's borrowed power changed everything. Its speed rose, its attacks grew heavier, and the pressure of the battle immediately shifted against the swordsman. Amdusias smashed a punch into Vikir's face, then followed it with a brutal kick before he could properly recover. Not stopping there, it launched itself into the air, drew blue power into its raised fists, and glared down like a beast about to crush something much smaller than itself. Then it came crashing down. The impact shattered the stone and opened a massive crater beneath them. Using the explosion and the flying debris as cover, Vikir slipped through the destruction and appeared behind the giant demon in silence. His red eye sharpened. Aura gathered around his blade as he prepared a desperate counterattack, and then he unleashed a broad slash of red energy meant to cut through the monster while staying outside the reach of its limbs. It was not enough. The gap in power was too wide. Amdusias evaded the attack entirely, moved with terrifying speed, and reappeared behind Vikir before the strike had fully cleared the air. Mocking him for being too slow, the demon charged the crystal embedded in its head and called out the Night Hound's name like a predator savoring the fear of its prey. Then it fired a blast of blue energy so violently that it drove Vikir into the stone floor and scattered the surrounding rubble. Standing over the wreckage, Amdusias admitted that even this borrowed power could not be maintained forever. Still, it spoke with complete confidence. The body it had now was more than enough to destroy a swordmaster. In the rubble below, Vikir coughed up blood. Floating nearby, Dekarabia asked in frustration why he had not used the shield's barrier to block the attack. Even injured, Vikir answered with calm restraint. He was saving that power for the moment he truly needed it. For now, he would handle this himself. Dekarabia called him a fool. Behind the mask, Vikir silently admitted that the shield was right. The truth was already obvious. He could barely keep up with the demon's strength, and this was only a borrowed fragment of Andras's true power. Even so, he stayed on his feet. Looming over him, Amdusias laughed and remarked that the human was as stubborn as a roach. Vikir answered without flinching. The demon, he said, was drunk on its new power. That response only left Amdusias briefly confused, but Vikir continued before the creature could mock him again. There was one fatal flaw in this entire situation. If Headmaster Winston died or broke the contract binding them together, Amdusias would disappear. So why had the demon chosen to separate itself from its human contractor in the middle of battle? Was it truly strategy, or was it just arrogance keeping it from using its power properly? Amdusias listened, then gave its answer. The demon acknowledged that Vikir understood one important thing. Dekarabia remained loyal to its true master. But as for Winston, Amdusias had left him alone for a different reason. It did not trust Winston as a human being. It trusted something far uglier. It trusted the headmaster's hatred for the world. That was why it had shared its power with him in the first place. Winston genuinely desired the downfall of humanity, and the glowing purple heart in his chest, the tree of falling, was the trigger that would fully awaken the demon's true power. For the first time in that exchange, Vikir's composure shifted. Sweat ran down his face as he realized where the true danger had been placed. The trigger was in Winston's hands. Amdusias saw the reaction and bared a cruel grin. It had arranged things this way on purpose. Watching humans turn on one another with their own hands was part of the entertainment. It would have been a shame, the demon said, to miss that spectacle. At the same time, Dolores stood frozen nearby, staring at the crystal-covered man on the ground after hearing Vikir call her name. She could barely force the words out. Was this really her father? As she reached toward his face, the man's eyes widened in raw terror. He scrambled backward across the floor, screaming, begging not to be struck, promising again and again that he would obey whatever he was told. Behind him, Winston watched coldly. Dolores knelt there with pity and horror in her eyes, and softly called a man by name. Humbert. At once, the broken man burst into confession. In fear and shame, he admitted that everything was his fault. He had taken money illegally from criminals and cultists in order to weaken the opposing faction. He had manipulated the Kovaris family by impersonating the Pope. Worse than that, he had remained silent while innocent children disappeared from the orphanage, even when he knew exactly what was happening. He cried and laughed at once, as if madness were ripping through whatever remained of him, while the blue crystals lodged in his body began to crackle with unstable light. Dolores could only stare. Then Winston pressed further. With the purple demonic heart pulsing in his chest, he asked if she had heard her father's confession clearly. He told her to think about how many innocent lives had already been lost because of Humbert's greed and his obsession with controlling the family. Then, with a grim red eye fixed on her, he added that the sacrifices had not stopped yet. Humbert screamed as the crystals in his body surged with energy. Winston revealed the final truth without mercy. Humbert had been altered just like the other criminals Sadi had turned into weapons. He was going to explode. Around them, panic spread fast. Bianca, Sancho, and Pigi were already sprinting across the ruined stadium trying to escape. Nearby, one of the Baskerville triplets ran with Pomeranian Le Baskerville in his arms. The amount of mana building inside Humbert was so great that the blast threatened not only the stadium, but the surrounding region as well. Winston placed a hand over the glowing heart in his chest and declared that through this destruction, he would carry out his own version of justice. Then he asked Dolores the cruelest question of all. Could she still forgive her father after everything he had done? Could a monster like this still be redeemed? For a moment, Dolores said nothing. She lowered her head. Her eyes disappeared in shadow. It looked as if Winston had finally cornered her faith and stripped it of an answer. Then she broke the silence with a single, firm denial. Winston closed his eyes, assuming he understood. Of course she would reject her father now. That, he thought, was the only natural response. But when Dolores continued speaking, his eyes opened again in shock. Golden light began to gather around her. She reached toward him, not with hatred, but with compassion. In a steady voice, she said that she did not know what pain from the past had twisted him this far. But even in a situation as hopeless as this, she still believed he could choose a different path. He could still make the right choice, as this, she still believed. With her eyes glowing, Dolores clasped her hands in prayer and released a vast dome of holy light. The barrier wrapped around both her and her mutated father, sealing them inside golden protection. Then she shouted to Winston and told him to run before the explosion consumed everything. As the holy radiance washed across the battlefield, a spark of blue lightning flashed through Winston's vision. The divine energy touched something buried deep inside him. He saw a desperate man shouting for someone to run. He saw a blonde woman crying as she apologized. The images were broken and incomplete, but they struck him with enough force to stagger him back. Clutching his face, Winston struggled to understand where those unfamiliar memories were coming from. Then he looked at Dolores again. Shaken to the core, he stared at her in awe and quietly spoke her name. She stood there without moving, one hand over her father's. The blue crystals on Humbert's back cracked wider and flooded his body with unstable power. Humbert collapsed, writhing on the stone floor, sobbing that the pain was unbearable and begging to be allowed to explode so it would finally end. Dolores refused. She ordered him to endure it. She told him to fight, not for himself, but for the people around him who would die if he gave up now. Inside the golden barrier, she stayed firmly at his side while he groaned and trembled in agony. But the unstable mana inside him had already reached the breaking point. Humbert let out one final scream. Blinding beams of blue light burst from the cracks in the crystals embedded through his body. Tears filled Dolores' eyes as she watched in terror, whispering a denial of her own while the light began swallowing them both. From a distance, both the Night Hound and Amdusias turned toward the sudden surge of energy. They saw the source at the same time. A massive explosion of white and blue light swallowed Dolores and Humbert completely and threatened to erase them where they stood. Then, at the very peak of the blast, someone stepped into the light. Dark shoes touched the ruined ground. A walking cane followed. the figure moved forward with impossible calm as the explosion raged around them. Dolores looked up in shock at the sudden intervention. Her Holiness, the Pope, has arrived while aura farming. The Pope appeared in a blinding burst of light, and Dolores froze where she stood. For a moment, all she could do was stare in shock, unable to understand how the Pope had reached a battlefield this dangerous. Below them, her mutated father, Humbert L. Quo-Vadis, crackled with unstable power, his body trembling as if it might explode at any second. Yet the Pope showed no fear. She simply stepped forward and laid her aged hand on his shattered, glowing shoulder. At once, a golden aura spread across the ruined ground. Dolores watched from a distance, tense and barely breathing, as the Pope stood beside the kneeling, broken man. It felt impossible, but the moment that touch landed, the violent energy inside Humbert began to settle. The explosion that should have torn everything apart was stopped as quietly as a prayer. Now that the unstable power was gone, Humbert's crystal-ridden body began to fall apart. Fragments of light and dust drifted away from him little by little until there was nothing left. The Pope watched the glowing remnants rise into the air, then closed her eyes and folded her hands in a short, solemn prayer. When she turned back to Dolores, her expression was gentle. She told her to leave the area quickly. Then, with the same calm smile, she reminded Dolores that someone important was still waiting for her. As she began to walk away, the Pope offered one final piece of advice. Dolores should stop hiding her true feelings. She should accept whatever was already in her heart. The words struck more deeply than Dolores expected. A faint blush touched her face, and she gave a quiet nod, as if something inside her had finally settled into place. Trusting the Pope to handle what remained, she ran across the ruined stadium, while the Pope moved forward alone. Ahead of her stood Winston. The transformed headmaster loomed there with the demonic heart exposed in his chest, its glow pulsing in the wreckage like something alive. He said nothing at first. His single red eye simply burned brighter as he looked down at the woman now standing before him. Meeting that stare without hesitation, the Pope told him calmly that she would take over the fight from here. Winston answered by calling her by her full family name. There was bitter amusement in his voice as he pointed out how ironic it was that someone so holy came from the same bloodline as the disciple who denied God 3 times. He asked why her presence should be any better than Dolores's. And if she had only come to talk him out of this, he warned her to stop before she wasted her breath. To his surprise, the Pope did not reject the accusation. She admitted that her family truly was descended from a traitor. But there was also a reason the Quo-Vadis family still carried holy power in spite of that stain. Then she began to reveal a secret history. One passed down only within their bloodline, unknown to everyone else. She spoke of the disciple who betrayed Prophet Lon. After his betrayal, crushed beneath shame and guilt, he disappeared into the mountains and shut himself away from the world. There he lived alone, carving a giant stone statue of the prophet with his own hands. Time passed like that, until one day, he was suddenly surrounded by a brilliant golden light. In that light, the resurrected prophet Lon appeared before him. The disciple fell to his knees. The glowing spirit of Lon approached him and asked him 3 times whether he truly loved her. The man, overcome by grief and devotion, confessed his love again and again, weeping as he answered her. When his final confession left his lips, Prophet Lon smiled softly and began walking back toward the light. Panicking, the disciple rose and chased after her, desperately asking where she was going. When she turned back, her smile was still full of warmth. Lon told him she was returning to the very place where she had been attacked, because she intended to save the same people who had hurt her. Hearing that, the disciple broke down completely. He was consumed by shame, because in the moment that mattered most, he had only tried to save himself. The Pope explained that this was the true foundation of her family's power. It was born from complete shame and from the holy grace that answered it. And the disciples' desperate question to the prophet, "Where are you going?" became the origin of their family name, Quo-Vadis. While those words still echoed in her mind, Dolores ran across the shattered battlefield with a new clarity in her eyes. She kept thinking about the Pope's hand on her shoulder, about the advice not to hide from what was already inside her. And as she ran, breathing hard and slick with sweat, she finally understood what that meant. Her feelings for the Night Hound were like water spilling from a broken pot. They could not be held back. They could not be controlled by force. But if she accepted them instead of resisting them, they would not run dry. That realization carried her forward just as she saw the Night Hound, battered and bleeding, trying to prepare for one last stand. Towering over him, Amdusias lifted its huge hoof for the finishing blow. The demon brought it down with brutal force. The impact shattered the ground and threw up a violent wave of broken stone. But when the dust began to clear, Amdusias's glowing red eye widened in surprise. Dolores had stepped in. She stood firmly in front of the injured swordsman, a radiant golden shield spread wide before her, stopping the demon's attack completely. Holy light burned around her clenched fist as she committed herself fully to what her heart had already chosen. No more hiding. No more hesitation. Accepting those feelings, Dolores released a vast wave of holy, fiery power. It poured over the Night Hound like a blessing, strengthening him with sacred energy. Then she looked straight at the enemy and called out to the man she knew as Van, telling him that this battle would be fought together. At the same time, Winston suddenly clutched his head in agony. Blue flashes burst through his mind, and with them came frantic voices, desperate apologies, and cries telling him to run. Staggering beneath the force of those memories, he dropped to his knees before the Pope and asked, trembling, what she had done to him. The Pope stepped closer and laid her hand gently against his face. She asked him a quiet question. In those nightmares he remembered so clearly, was there truly nothing left except human ugliness? Winston's eyes widened at once. The Pope said there was more hidden there, something the demon had buried on purpose. Looking down at him with calm kindness, she asked if there had not also been a deep love hidden in that sorrow. That question tore the truth back to the surface. Winston screamed as the first sealed memory broke open. On the day his family home was attacked, young Winston was being carried away by his mother. Behind them, his father stayed behind to fight the armed rioters, buying them time to escape. As the child was dragged farther away, he reached toward his father helplessly and was forced to watch the man get stabbed again and again in the chest by the mob. His mother kept running, even after she had been wounded herself. She had been stabbed in the back, yet she still carried him until her legs failed and she collapsed onto the rocky ground. There, she covered her son with a heavy cloak and told him to stay hidden while she went back for his father. Terrified, the boy grabbed her hand and begged her not to go. He was crying so hard he could barely speak, warning her that if she returned, she would die too. His mother stopped. Tears ran down her face as she looked back at him. Even in that condition, even with death already closing in around her, she pulled him into a tight embrace and used her own body to shield him. She admitted softly that she did not know why such a cruel tragedy had fallen on them. But then, bleeding and barely able to hold herself upright, she looked into his eyes and told him something he had forgotten. The world was not only cruel. Even in a moment this dark, it was still more beautiful and more full of love than he could see right now. She knew those words would not comfort him in that instant. Still, she apologized to him, sincerely and painfully, on behalf of the people who had hurt them. As her blood spread across the stones, she stayed there with him in one final embrace, offering love where there should have been none left. But before the memory could settle, the demon's voice cut through it again. Deny. Another buried memory shattered loose. This time, Winston saw himself washed unconscious onto a dark beach after the shipwreck. His wife was there above him, soaked to the bone and sobbing, pushing desperately against his chest to bring him back. Again and again she tried to revive him until, at last, he coughed up seawater and drew breath. She broke down in relief. Falling back with tears streaming down her face, she cried out his name and apologized through her sobs. She confessed the shame she had carried since the ship, admitting that she had acted like a coward when she first pretended not to know him. She had tried to save herself, but she had come back for him in the end, risking everything to pull him from death. Then Winston, weak and barely alive, touched her cheek. He told her it was all right, looking up at her with a faint smile. He said he forgave her, because in the end she had returned and saved him. She pressed his hand to her wet face and smiled through tears of her own. One last time she apologized. One last time she told him she loved him, and then the memory shattered. The demon's voice came again, commanding him to deny the truth before it could fully return. Back on the battlefield, Winston stared at his own trembling hands against the stone. Slowly, he said that he remembered now, all of it. The rage drained from his face, leaving only grief behind. Tears slipped from his eyes as he realized his memories had been twisted and buried. The people from his past had not only betrayed him, they had loved him. They had suffered for him. They had sacrificed themselves for him. The Pope drew a warm circle of holy light around them both. Then she knelt beside him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. With quiet tenderness, she told him that it was finally time to forgive the people from his past. Winston looked up at her through desperate, tear-filled eyes and asked whether someone as sinful as him could still be forgiven too. The Pope smiled without hesitation. Yes, she told him, he could be forgiven. For one fragile instant, the battlefield became still. Then blood splashed across the Pope's face. Her eyes widened in absolute shock as the warmth of that moment was torn apart. She looked at Winston and saw the damage clearly. A massive hole had just been blasted through his back and chest, and the purple demonic heart that had been keeping him alive was gone. The battle reached another violent peak as Vikir leaped high above Amdusias, his sword wrapped in a blazing red aura. From above, he came down in a fierce plunge and carved a series of heavy glowing slashes across the giant demon's body. The blows landed cleanly enough to wound it, but the rage in Amdusias's eyes only burned brighter. In answer, the large crystal embedded in its head began to shine, gathering power for a counterattack. Then the demon moved. With terrifying speed, Amdusias struck back and caught Vikir off guard. The force of the blow drove blood from beneath the Night Hound's mask and gave him no time to recover. The demon followed immediately, charging forward to impale him with its horn. Vikir forced his balance back under control and lunged in to meet it, releasing a massive slash of red aura straight into the beast's pass. The two attacks collided head-on in midair. A blinding flash swallowed the space between them as red and blue power crashed together. Hanging there with every muscle strained to its limit, Vikir poured all his strength into the downward strike, barely holding back the blue lightning pouring from Amdusias. The pressure of their colliding auras exploded outward in violent shockwaves of pink and blue, tearing through the stone around them. From a safer ledge above, several people watched the blast with dread. One of the Baskerville triplets hurried away with Pomeranian La Baskerville in his arms, but even while carrying her to safety, he could not look away from the fight. Nearby, Tudor, Sancho, and Bianca stared in total shock, unable to understand how the chaos around them had turned into a battle between the Night Hound and a monster of this scale. In another corner of the ruined stadium, Camus Morgue watched the clash with sweat on her face and fierce focus in her eyes, while Cyr floated behind her as the shockwaves tore through the air. Not far from her, hidden beneath fallen rubble, Sinclair peered out in terror. The moment she recognized the Night Hound and understood the scale of the battle in front of her, fear tightened across her face. Amdusias laughed. It threw another enormous punch crackling with lightning, as if it wanted to test the Night Hound's limits one blow at a time. Vikir blocked with his red blade, but the impact still drove him sliding violently across the broken floor. The fight was getting dangerously close to the bystanders below the ledge, where he was forced back. Piggy crouched there in fear, shielding an unconscious classmate while staring at the clash with helpless eyes. Vikir touched the magic ring at his hand, intending to activate its barrier, but stopped the instant he understood what that would mean. Large-scale magic here would spread too far and put the nearby students in even greater danger. That left him with only one option. Relying purely on physical strength, he tightened his grip on the glowing blade and measured what power he had left. The answer was grim. He only had enough strength remaining to use the Baskerville family's 8th technique once. That was enough. He remembered the life-or-death struggles he had already survived against the other elite demons and hardened his resolve. If this monster was going to die, then it would die under the same ruthless precision. Vicar rushed back in, red aura clashing against blue lightning in a storm of rapid exchanges. He waited for the one exact instant when the beast's power would dip, because that single opening would decide everything. But Amdusias noticed first. Sensing the slightest break in the human's focus, the demon lunged and drove a brutal knee straight into Vikir's chest. The impact burst outward in a violent shockwave and launched the Nighthound helplessly into the air. As Vikir was thrown back, Amdusias looked up at him with glowing red eyes, ready to press the advantage. Then something inside the demon broke. A bright golden light suddenly erupted from within Amdusias's body and tore through its skull-like face. Cracks spread rapidly across the monstrous head as holy light poured through them, and for the first time, the creature's expression twisted into genuine pain and fear. The reason became clear at once. Below, Headmaster Winston's soul was being washed in divine light. Tears of regret ran down his face as the Pope gently held his hand and offered him full forgiveness. And because Winston accepted that forgiveness, the contract binding him to the demon was severed. The effect on Amdusias was immediate. The demon roared in fury at Winston for betraying it. Bleeding and battered, Vicar did not waste the opportunity. He shouted to Decarabia and ordered it to act. The star-shaped pendant tore free from him and shot through the air in a trail of red light, stopping above the weakened demon. Then it expanded rapidly, glowing with an intense crimson brilliance that spread across the battlefield. A moment later, Decarabia crashed down. The giant pendant slammed onto Amdusias and pinned the enormous creature to the ruined floor, locking it in place beneath a crushing weight of magic. Pinned and unable to move, Amdusias glared upward and screamed at Decarabia, cursing it as a traitor to its kind. Its skeletal face continued to crack and glow from within, while it fought uselessly to free itself. Dolores saw the opening too. Reaching out with fierce resolve, her eye lit with a holy cross as she sent divine power into the battlefield to help hold the demon down. The moment Amdusias felt that added pressure, shock crossed its face. It strained desperately, dragging together every last fragment of strength it had left. Vicar did not hesitate. He invoked the Baskerville family's 8th technique, and giant fangs of solid red aura formed around his dagger. Then he brought the final blow down on the demon's head. The strike landed with such force that a blinding explosion of red and pink light swallowed the monster whole and blasted apart the arena floor beneath it. Stone shattered. Smoke roared upward. For a moment, nothing could be seen through the dust. When the haze finally began to clear, Amdusias's skull-like face had been obliterated. Only a bloodied corpse remained. Vicar stood there exhausted, chest heaving as he stared at the fallen demon. Sweat ran down his body, and every breath hurt, but he stayed on his feet. Unlike in his previous life, he had stopped it. He had prevented the activation of the Tree of Falling before the demon could fully awaken its final power. Dolores ran toward him with bright relief on her face, crying out that they had won at last. Vickers shared that brief relief. As long as Headmaster Winston formally broke the contract, then the nightmare should end here. Looking toward the distant golden light where the Pope was purifying Winston, Vicar believed the dangerous trigger for the demon's true power had remained with the Headmaster all along. Then that fragile piece shattered. Without warning, a massive bloody hole burst through Winston's chest from behind. The Pope froze in horror. Vicar's red eye widened as he felt the sudden shift at once. Winston looked down at the ruin of his own body in complete disbelief. Blood spilling from the wound while weak, broken words died on his lips before they could become a question. Then his body collapsed onto the cracked floor, and the Pope remained kneeling beside him in despair. The nightmare had not ended. Behind Vicar, the ruined corpse of Amdusias twitched, Then it rose. A dark laugh slipped from the shadows as the demon's half-destroyed face began knitting itself back together. It looked down at Vicar and mocked humanity for being so simple-minded, so eager to believe what it wanted to believe. Hovering above the ruined stadium, Amdusius laughed at them for thinking it would ever entrust something so important to a human in the first place. Then it revealed the truth. The trigger that activated the Tree of Falling had never been inside Winston at all. It had always been kept safely within the demon itself. Grinding his teeth, Vikir demanded to know why the demon had waited until it was nearly destroyed before revealing its true power. Through its ruined jaws, Amdusius answered with a twisted grin. It had done it for entertainment, nothing more. It loved watching humans struggle with false hope, only to savor the exact moment their faces collapsed into despair when they were finally thrown into hell. Looking straight at Vikir, it said the fury and helplessness in his expression right now was more satisfying than anything else on the battlefield. That answer lit pure rage in him. Vikir lunged at the demon in a reckless burst of fury, screaming its name as he attacked. But before he could reach it, thick dark red vines exploded from the bracelet on his wrist. The thorned roots wrapped around his body with terrifying speed, binding him before he could react. In an instant, he was immobilized, dragged down, and sealed inside a cocoon of dark roots. Amdusius watched in triumph. Then it unleashed the Tree of Falling. Massive vines burst from the earth across the entire ruined stadium and spread everywhere at once. The roots chased terrified students, seizing them while they tried to flee. Amdusius laughed over the chaos and declared that the ugly truth of humanity was about to reveal itself. This, it said, was the perfect stage for humans to betray and slaughter each other, the first sacrifice for the new age it wanted to create. The nightmare reached Dolores too. She watched in horror as the same dark vines burst from her own bracelet and began wrapping around her body. Desperately, she called out to Vikir for help. Bound inside his tightening cocoon, he could do nothing. He turned his gaze toward Dolores with a crushing weight in his chest, and when he saw her being consumed by the same trap, a tear slipped from his eye. In a broken voice, he apologized to her for not being strong enough. Then the vines closed completely. Darkness swallowed him whole, and Vikir could only accept with bitter despair that he had failed to change the tragic future. Night had fallen over the academy and the darkness around it felt wrong. A bare tree stood against the black sky like a warning. Then, without any sign of restraint, enormous red vines burst out from a horrifying central mass and spread across the ruined grounds like living roots. They tore through the earth, swept over the stone, and dragged people away while parents and teachers screamed for the children being taken before their eyes. Vincy Moore could only stare in horror. As panic spread around him, one detail struck him with chilling clarity. The vines were not grabbing people at random. They were targeting the students alone, as if the entire disaster had been designed for that purpose from the beginning. Camus Morgue looked up at the towering red structure and asked under her breath whether this was the Tree of the Abyss. Beside her, Osiris immediately turned and asked if she knew what they were facing. Nearby, the patriarchs were already losing control. Roderick Usher demanded to know where his daughter had been taken, while Cervantes Don Quixote shouted that his son had been dragged away. Osiris, grim-faced, revealed that 4 of his younger siblings had been taken as well. Camus snapped at all of them to calm down. Panic, she said, would solve nothing, and if they wanted any chance of doing something useful, they needed to understand the situation first. Humbled and desperate, Vincy stepped toward her and asked for her help, begging for any information she had. Camus admitted that she did not know everything, but the structure resembled something from old shaman legends. The Tree of the Abyss, she explained, was said to have once existed in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. According to the old tales, its roots spread above the world while the rest of it grew downward into the earth, stretching without end into the abyss. Whatever lay inside it was not normal space, but a distorted dimension, something far beyond the Empire's magic tower in danger and scale. Cervantes cut in at once and demanded to know how to get the children back. Camus answered with brutal honesty. If they could have been rescued from the outside, she would have done it already. The tree of the abyss could only be opened from the inside. That answer left him stunned. Vinci then turned back to Camus with another question. If only students were being dragged in, then how had she avoided it? Camus explained that she saw the vines wrapping themselves around the students' wrists. By sheer luck, the admissions office had run out of student bracelets before hers was issued, so she had been given a guest bracelet instead. That was when the full horror hit him. Vinci remembered the bracelets that had been given only to students, the same bracelets he had believed were a simple safety measure. Now he understood what they truly were. The school's own bracelets had triggered the trap. The realization crushed him. He fell to his knees in defeat and blamed himself for everything. Tears gathered in his eyes as guilt swallowed him whole. If he had been more careful, if he had questioned things sooner, then maybe he would not have led his students straight into disaster. In the middle of that despair, little Pomeranian La Baskerville tugged tearfully at Osiris's pant leg and asked whether her uncles were not coming back. Osiris picked her up at once and tried to comfort her, though the tension in his face showed how little certainty he himself had. Kamawea stood at the edge of the shattered ground and gazed down at the immense roots below. Unlike the others, despair never fully reached her. Her eyes glowed with stubborn confidence as she fixed her stare on the demonic structure. The boy she knew was not someone who would be defeated so easily. In her heart, she urged Vicar to escape quickly so they could meet again. And far below, Vicar remembered the demon laughing. Amdusias had laughed when it activated the trap, admitting that it enjoyed watching humans cling to hope before dragging them into the abyss. In the fading remnants of that moment, Vicar saw Dolores being pulled away by the red vines while she cried out for Van, the name she knew him by. Then, his eyes snapped open. He heard De Carabia asking whether he was finally awake. Nearby, a small blue spider let out a soft, uneasy whimper. Vicar pushed himself upright from a pool of glowing green water and took in the place around him. He had been dragged inside the demonic tree. What surrounded him was not a cave, but something like a vast inverted tower built beneath the world itself. This was the first floor of the abyss tree, the territory of Norvi Jakis. Vicar's expression hardened. For all his desperate effort, he had failed to stop the demon's plan. Before he could sort through that bitterness, a cheerful voice rang out through the shadows. Caught off guard, Vicar and De Carabia turned toward it together. Out of the darkness appeared a wide yellow smile and a pair of red eyes. A goblin-like fairy stepped forward and, with disturbing cheer, told them not to be afraid. The creature introduced itself as the guide of the tower. It explained that only one person would survive, and that survival belonged to the first who managed to reach the bottom. A glowing interface appeared the moment it finished speaking. The system announced that the tower's rules were now in effect. Vicar was registered as a level 1 warrior, and a status window opened in front of him. The display showed his level reset to 1, with basic values listed for strength, agility, and health, while the rest of his attributes remained hidden. Then the system explained the law of the place. His real-world strength had been reduced to 1/100th of its normal power, with 1% of that strength corresponding to 1 level. Yet there was a reward hidden inside the restriction. Any levels and stats earned here would remain after escape and permanently increase his power in the real world. Vicar stared at the screen in silence. De Carabia was equally wary. It admitted that it had never seen an abyss tree operate with a leveling system like this, and wondered whether the mechanic had been created by Amdusias's altered demonic power. Vicar said nothing at first. His mind was already racing through older memories. In his previous life, Amdusias had also activated an abyss tree at Colosseo Academy, and that disaster had killed countless young heroes. He knew exactly what sort of place this was. The leveling system was not a blessing. It was bait. It offered the illusion of growth inside what was, in truth, an inescapable prison. Inside the tree, distorted worlds were stacked by levels, normal logic no longer applied, and anyone trapped within had their power stripped down before being thrown against impossible enemies. And the price of failure was simple. Those who could not escape had their life force drained away and converted into nourishment for the demon who created the prison. The students were not prisoners. They were sacrifices for the coming era of destruction. That was why he had fought so hard to stop the plan outside. And he had failed. Then the shadows around him stirred. Huge rats with glowing red eyes crept out one after another and circled him. The goblin fairy cheerfully announced the condition for clearing the first floor: eliminate all Norficus sewer rats. The guide added that while each one seemed unimpressive by itself, their numbers made them deadly. The swarm attacked immediately. The giant rats lunged from all directions, snarling as they closed in. Decarabia apologized at once and admitted that the tower's influence was suppressing most of its ability. Vicar would have to face the swarm on his own. He had expected that. Unbothered, Vicar removed his mask and shirt in preparation for combat. Decarabia noted dryly that he had probably intended to fight alone from the start anyway. As the rats rushed him, Vicar crushed the mask in his hand. He knew he was stronger now than he had been before his regression, but he was still only halfway to the 8-star realm. Even with a holy blessing, he had barely survived the 5th corpse, and that had been against only a fraction of the first demon lord's true power. His gaze returned to the system window. The stats gained here would remain with him after escape. At that thought, his resolve changed shape. If this place wanted to treat the students as sacrifices, then he would take the logic of the tree for himself and twist it into a weapon. Surrounded by dark aura, Vikir vowed to exploit this leveling system, grow far beyond what the demon expected, and force his way out no matter the cost. When the rats leaped, he moved faster. His blade flashed through the darkness and tore violently through the first wave of monsters. If the demon wanted an abyss of sacrifice, then Vikir would turn it into the foundation of his own strength instead. His eyes burned with the spirit of a hound that never let go once its fangs found a prey's throat. A short time later, the floor was quiet. Vikir stood among the severed, bloody heads of the rats, his body splashed with the aftermath of the slaughter. In that moment, he accepted the ruthless part of himself without hesitation. He was Baskerville, and the vengeful self he had carried so long ago had returned in full. The goblin fairy stared at him in open shock. Trembling, it announced that Vikir had cleared the first floor faster than any participant before him. Before the creature could say anything else, Vikir shoved his hand straight into its mouth and gripped it, hard enough to choke off the rest of its words. Coldly, he acknowledged the record. Then he glared at the helpless guide and demanded a proper reward for clearing the floor that fast. Outside the academy, the curse object known as the Tree of the Abyss stretched its massive red roots downward like an inverted tower, a grotesque road leading into the underworld. Those swallowed by it were not simply trapped inside a hollow trunk. They were absorbed into a chaotic labyrinth where dimensions overlapped, such as the colossal roots that pulsed with strange rainbow-colored light. Beyond that closed world, desperation was already taking hold. Roderick Usher, Cervantes' Don Quixote, and Osiris unleashed the full force of their combined attacks against the structure, hoping to tear it open and drag the students back out. Their strikes crashed into the barrier and exploded into a storm of light. But when the smoke finally cleared, the dense curtain of red vines remained completely untouched. The 3 men could do nothing but stand there, drained and powerless, forced to accept a truth none of them wanted to face. No force from the outside could break into the sealed world inside the tree. Standing before the towering roots, Osiris understood the grim answer first. This dimensional prison could only be broken from within. Ancient lore claimed that the tree's roots stretched endlessly downward into a black void without end. And according to an old, unnamed book, everyone the tree consumed would be dragged deeper and deeper until they reached the absolute depths of the abyss. Far below, on the flooded first floor of the tower, Vikir still held the goblin guide in a merciless chokehold. Decarabia hovered nearby with baby Madam, both of them watching in silence. Under pressure, the goblin trembled and forced something back up its throat. A thick stream of dark blue fluid poured into Vikir's hand, splashing across his hand while Decarabia and baby Madam recoiled in obvious disgust. The terrified guide looked up at him and timidly asked whether that reward would be acceptable. Resting in Vikir's palm were several glowing candies. Each one held a different color and a different effect. Red permanently increased strength. Green permanently increased his strength. Blue permanently increased health. Vikir immediately recognized them. His memories had been right. Clearing a floor really did grant these rewards, and consuming them permanently increased a person's physical stats, regardless of their current level. Just like how it was written in the memoir he read in his past life. That reminded him of something trivial and distant. Once, Piggy had explained a popular board game where players leveled up and allocated stat points however they wanted. The logic of the demonic system inside the tree was disturbingly similar. But Vikir tightened his hand around the rewards and forced himself to stay grounded. No matter how game-like the interface looked, this was not a game. It was a slaughterhouse built with rules. He thought back to Amdusias and the monster's warped philosophy. To that demon, betrayal and ugliness were the true essence of humanity. The Abyss Tree had been designed to prove that point. It trapped people, forced out their worst impulses, and turned them into sacrifices so the demon's power could continue growing in preparation for the era of destruction. Vikir could not ignore what that meant for him. He had hidden his identity as the Night Hound precisely because he wanted to stop disasters like this before the demons could react to his interference. And yet, all that caution had led here anyway. He accepted, with bitter clarity, that his efforts had not been enough. That left only the present. He asked himself where the rest of the academy students had been taken. When he raised his fist again, the goblin guide nearly panicked itself to death and hurriedly stammered that it truly did not know. The interior of the tree was distorted. Students trapped inside it might meet again on lower floors by pure chance, or they might wander the entire structure and never cross paths at all. Vikir stared at the fairy hard enough to make it shake, but he could tell it was not lying. Then the guide revealed the most important rule of all. If even one person reached the bottom of the tower and escaped, everyone trapped inside would be freed. It did not matter whether the others survived or died along the way. That single absolute law left all participants with only two choices. Either wait helplessly for someone else to become their savior, or fight and try to become that one survivor themselves. Vikir knew exactly what kind of rule this was. It had not been made to inspire courage. It had been made by a malicious demon to foster despair, suspicion, and selfishness. In his previous life, there had been only one reason the students managed to escape this place at all, which was why memoirs about the tree had survived to be written later. That miracle happened because of Camus Morgue, a monstrous genius who broke the rules of the tower, shattered Amdusias's expectations, and eventually rose high enough to become the iron-blooded empress. But Camus had avoided the bracelet trap outside. The person who saved everyone in the past was not here. That realization dragged Vikir's thoughts toward the others. Piggy, Tudor, Sancho, Bianca, Dolores. They were people he had come to care about, and some of them were heroes whose futures mattered far beyond this one night. The guilt that followed was immediate and heavy. He had failed to protect them. A warning message flashed across the system. The area would collapse soon. Vikir inhaled once, sharply, and made himself let go of useless regret. If this had happened because he failed, then the responsibility was his to carry as well. He would conquer the tower himself. He would become the one survivor the rules demanded, and he would drag every trapped student out of this nightmare by force if he had to. Red warning messages multiplied across the air, announcing that the first floor had reached its time limit and was about to be destroyed. Amid that urgent flashing, the goblin guide suddenly gagged again and forced up another item. Stones had already begun falling from above when it hastily thrust a rolled parchment toward him, nervously admitting that it had almost forgotten his final reward. The system identified it at once. It was a return scroll. It allowed the user to return to the tutorial area one time, though doing so would completely reset their level. Written across the parchment was a phrase that made Vikir pause, despite everything happening around him. "Lord, where are you going?" The room was collapsing too quickly to dwell on it. The goblin guide cheerfully wished him luck on his escape, and Vikir turned away without another word. He moved calmly through the destruction, avoiding the falling debris with ease, while the goblin behind him smiled with quiet malice. A system notice confirmed that Vikir had left the tutorial zone. His status updated at once. Though he was still only level 1, his base stats were abnormally high, and a new title had been added to his profile: Sewer Rat Hunter. The title granted bonus damage against rats and permanently extended the duration of status ailments he inflicted, whether bleeding, burns, or poison. The next place he reached was the second floor, a region known as Familiar Land. A dead tree rose from the center of a desolate courtyard, surrounded buildings in cracked stone. Now dressed once again in his academy uniform, Vikir stepped onto the broken ground and surveyed the area with the small spider at his side. The moment he understood what he was seeing, his expression changed. He was standing in a ruined replica of Colosseo Academy. De Carabia explained that Amdusius had swallowed parts of the real world to feed the abyss tree, and that the consumed environment had become a physical part of the tower itself. As if to confirm it, a new system message appeared and ordered all 108 students who had survived the tutorial to gather at the central plaza. De Carabia pointed out that it was the perfect chance to find his friends. But instead of relief, Vikir felt a chill run through him. The idea of a forced gathering inside a place like this brought with it a dreadful premonition. By the time he reached the ruined plaza, surviving students were already assembling there in visible panic. They stared at the surroundings in fear, complaining about the nightmare they had barely survived on the tutorial floor. De Carabia glanced around and bluntly remarked that Vikir's roommates were nowhere to be seen, which probably meant they were dead. Vikir snapped at the pendant to stay quiet. Then his attention shifted to a disturbance nearby. A group of armed noble students was surrounding an unarmed commoner who had fallen to the ground. The boy begged to borrow a weapon, but the nobles refused outright. Whoever found weapons first, they said, had the right to keep them. One of them grabbed the commoner by the hair and demanded to know whether he still had not understood their new reality. Pressing a sword close to the boy's face, the noble sneered that slow and useless commoners had no choice but to crawl before the nobility. After shoving him away, the bully coldly told him to put in more effort if he wanted to survive. The implication was clear enough for everyone watching. The gathering was being used as a trap. The stronger students were hoarding weapons and taking advantage of the weaker ones before the next trial had even begun. Then the air split open. A purple dimensional rift tore across the middle of the plaza and froze the students where they stood. From within it came a sinister, cheerful voice that greeted the 108 participants and remarked on how lively they already seemed. A grotesque furry creature emerged from the portal, all claws, fangs, and skull-like features. It introduced itself as the second-floor guide fairy Regress and cheerfully asked how everyone had enjoyed the tutorial. Most of the students remained silent, not the lead noble. With swagger, he stepped forward and boasted that the tutorial floor had been nothing special. He told the guide to stop wasting time and hurry up with the next challenge. Then he declared, full of foolish confidence, that he would conquer the dungeon and return as a legendary hero. He was not scared in the slightest. Barrist's grin widened at once. It praised his bold spirit with almost excited approval and agreed to begin the trial immediately. The mission for the second floor, it announced, was wonderfully simple. Before it could even finish speaking, several purple portals burst open around the entire plaza and sealed the students in all sides. The arrogant noble's confidence vanished. A cold sweat broke over him as a guttural growl rose directly behind his back. Terrifying demonic hounds stepped out of the portals around him. They were muscular, monstrous, and crowned with heads burning like fire. As the beasts closed in from every direction, Barris cheerfully revealed the sole objective of the second floor. It was simple: just survive.
Thanks for watching the latest part from the voice of Manhwa. Subscribe for more content and don't forget to comment below what you want to see in the future. Like and share for more.
The demonic hellhounds claimed their first victim almost at once. The young noble who had stood so confidently against the trial became the first student reduced to dog food. The sight shattered whatever courage remained in the others. As one of their own was torn apart alive, the surviving students broke immediately and ran for their lives. Among them was Granola de Leviathan, his eyes fixed on the portal that kept spewing out the hellhounds. He stood frozen for a breath too long, watching the dogs of hell tear through his classmates and chase them down one after another. Hellhounds were B- threats, beasts infamous for bringing catastrophe wherever they appeared. They were known as the dogs that bring hell. Once one of them bit its prey, survival was said to be impossible. The sulphurous flames burning from their eyes and jaws came from the depths of hell itself, and those flames would not go out until the life used as fuel was completely consumed. Sorry to interrupt, but if you're interested in watching a fist god beat up people with lightning and a demon king who breaks the rules to become the strongest, then watch these videos on my channel. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support me. Now back to the story. Before Barist floated a red window with the time counting down from 1 hour and 46 minutes. The demonic fairy gleefully announced that the students had to survive against 108 hellhounds for the next 108 minutes. As he watched them flee in terror, he smiled in open delight and wondered how many of them would actually pass the test. There were over 100 students in this round, after all. Perhaps, he said with mocking amusement, they really did have a chance. Deep inside one of the old school buildings, Granola ran as fast as his legs could carry him. He shot past 2 classmates without stopping, knowing the awful truth. Even if the students outnumbered the hellhounds, they had all been weakened 100-fold. In that state, they had no real chance of defeating monsters like these. Then he spotted an open room and seized on it at once. It looked like his one chance to survive. He slipped inside, took cover, and told himself that if he stayed perfectly quiet, the hounds would pass him by. That fragile hope lasted only a moment. A hand suddenly appeared at the doorway, making him flinch. When he turned, he saw 2 classmates begging to be let inside. They called him their friend and pleaded for a place in his hiding spot. Granola had to think quickly. If the room was discovered, it would be over for all of them. But after a short, desperate calculation, he decided it might still be safer to survive together than alone. He let the 2 boys in and warned them to stay silent. Then they kicked him out. The betrayal happened so suddenly that Granola could only stare in shock. The boys shoved him back into the hallway and slammed the door shut in his face. From the other side, they told him exactly why. They knew he had never truly seen them as friends. To him, they had only ever been underlings, tools he would use and discard once they had served their purpose. Now that they were trapped in this hellish tower, they had decided to use him instead. With cruel smiles on their faces, they told him he would make excellent bait for the hellhounds. Once the place had grown quiet, then maybe, they would think about letting him back in. Granola was not about to accept that quietly. He was ready to lash out, but before he could do anything, the sound of claws and the sight of a hellhound stepping into the hallway made everything freeze. The beast locked onto him at once. It opened its jaws wide as if it had already decided he would be its next meal, and then it began charging toward him. Granola could only stare death in the face, as tears filled his eyes. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop what was coming. As the monster drew closer and closer, he squeezed his eyes shut and started praying to every god in the heavens above to save him from this twisted end. A few seconds passed. That should have been enough time for the hellhound to bite his head off. But when Granola slowly opened his eyes again, it was not the beast he saw in front of him. A different kind of hound had answered his prayer. Vikier van Baskerville stood there in its place. With Beelzebub summoned along his arm, Vikier had already cut down the hellhound that had been rushing to devour Granola. For an instant, the young poison lord could barely process what he was seeing. He had not expected Vikier to be trapped in the tower as well. But the more pressing shock was the dead hellhound at his feet. The boy who had only ever shown obvious skill with a bow was now holding a sword, and not just holding one, but wielding it well enough to kill one of these monsters alone. As Granola stared harder, the dark red blade on Vikier's arm seemed strangely familiar to him. Before he could think about that any further, Vikier called out to him. His bloodhound eyes were active, and the way he looked at Granola left no room for argument. In a calm, commanding voice, he told the young noble that he had a role to play. Seeing Vikier like that, Granola could only swallow nervously, already sensing that being saved had not meant the danger was over. A short while later, Granola was dressed like a man who had been dropped into PUBG with kitchen tools for equipment. He clutched a ladle and a spatula as weapons, wore pots and a frying pan as makeshift armor, and looked completely miserable about the entire arrangement. In his head, he was furious at himself for ever agreeing to it. The memory of how he got there still burned with shame. In the flashback, Granola argued fiercely with Vikier, demanding to know why he should be the one used as bait. Just because Vikyr had saved his life, that did not mean he should now offer himself up as food for a pack of hellhounds. But Vikyr ended the argument with a single word. Sinclair. He told Granola he knew very well how interested he was in her, and if Granola accepted the plan, then Vikyr would arrange a meeting between him and Sinclair. De Carabia had been present for that exchange, and quietly asked Vikyr whether he was actually serious about the deal. Vikyr whispered back that he obviously was not. It was just bait to turn Granola into actual bait, and it worked perfectly. The young poison lord fell for it immediately. His face flushed the moment he heard there might really be a chance for him to meet Sinclair. Even then he tried to save his pride. Turning away from Vikyr, he muttered that a noble like himself would never care about some petty commoner, but every word of that protest was a lie. In the end, smiling to himself in spite of his own embarrassment, Granola agreed. He claimed it was only proper to repay the man who had saved his life just this once. Back in the present, the memory only made him want to cry harder. He thought he had to be insane for agreeing to any of this. But the thought of Sinclair, the girl he was hopelessly interested in, gave him just enough courage to step into hell anyway. So Vikyr's plan began. Granola started smacking himself with the ladle and spatula, banging on his makeshift armor, and shouting insults at the hellhounds at the top of his lungs. Blood and scraps of meat were still hanging from their mouths when the nearby beasts turned toward the noise. Soon, the brave shouting turned into outright panic as Granola realized just how many of them were coming. He had insulted their mothers, and now an entire pack of hellhounds was racing his way. Not wanting to become dog food, Granola ran. He screamed all the way down the hall while the pack chased after him. At the right moment, he hurled himself through the door of a nearby room and cleared the path just in time. The entire pack charged past him. The instant the last beast crossed the threshold, the doors slammed shut and locked. That was when Vikyr stepped in. Standing alone with the hellhounds, he quietly recalled one of their biggest flaws. When they chased prey, they struggled with sudden turns and adapted poorly once their momentum was committed. Facing an entire pack of them, Vikyr did not look tense at all. If anything, he looked pleased. The beasts in front of him pulled him back toward childhood memories, toward the time he had slain his first hellhound. Beelzebub flashed in the air and a small smile touched his face. He was about to enjoy a reunion. Outside the room, the sounds that followed were unmistakable. Metal met flesh. Fierce roars slowly collapsed into pathetic whimpers. Before long, even the windows were stained with blood. Granola stood outside clutching his ladle like a weapon, and in a weak whisper toward the door, asked whether Vikyr wanted to build a snowman. Just kidding, he asked if our boy was still alive. Then, as if immediately regretting that tone, he muttered a curse about the commoner dying before making good on his promise. When no answer came, Granola slowly opened the door. The sight inside stopped him cold. Vikyr had butchered every single hellhound trapped in the room with him. Corpses lay everywhere. He was calmly gathering the beasts' cores in one hand while slicing off their heads with the other. Granola stared at the massacre in disbelief and accused Vikyr of setting up some kind of trap that had killed all the hounds. Vikyr only looked mildly confused by that accusation and ignored it. He was already checking what rewards the monsters had dropped. From the results, he noticed something important. Agility-related gains were harder to obtain than the others. When he opened his stat window, disappointment crossed his face. Even after killing that many enemies, some of his stats were still locked. While he stood there thinking about how to unlock the remaining ones, Granola remained off to the side, stunned beyond words. He could not reconcile the Vikyr standing in front of him now, the one who had slaughtered an entire pack of hellhounds, with the Vikyr he knew back at the academy. Then Barist appeared inside the room. The demonic fairy was every bit as shocked as Granola when it saw the pile of corpses. Filled with amazement, it praised Vikyr's work and called him an irregular for achieving something like this. Granola immediately pointed at the countdown and shouted that the timer should have stopped already. If all the hellhounds were dead, then the surviving students should be allowed to move on to the next floor. Barist refused. The fairy admitted that it had failed to properly account for the participants' level. Since the results were not what it expected, it would simply adjust the difficulty of each floor from this point onward. With a snap of its clawed fingers, the purple portal began to twist and transform, vomiting black aura into the room. Then Barist informed the two students that this stage was not over yet. They still had to deal with what was coming next. One head appeared, then a second, then a third. The Hound of Hell had arrived. Cerberus had entered the story once again.
Thanks for watching the latest part from the voice of Manhwa. Subscribe for more content and don't forget to comment below what you want to see in the future. Like and share for more.